you. All right.
It shows.
Thank you. Shut up. So are we ready to go, Eliana? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Marine Resources Committee. We have a variety of things going on today, and we are going to get started with introductions. I'll start with
I'm Representative Irene Gifford, District 28, in Lincoln, Howland, Enfield, Wynn, Edinburgh, and a few more. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Representative Morgan Riley. I represent House District 127, which includes part of Westbrook.
Good morning. I'm Representative Tiffany Strout, and I represent District 11 with the towns of Millbridge, Harrington, Columbia, Columbia Falls, Centerville, Addison, Jonesport, Beals, Jonesboro, Roque Bluffs, Whitneyville, and Machias.
Good afternoon. I'm Jim Thorne. I represent the diadromous towns of Herman and Carmel up in House District 35 in beautiful Penobscot County.
the afternoon. Good morning. I'm Allison Hepler. I represent the towns of Aroustic, Georgetown, Phippsburg, Woolwich, which is where I live, and West Bath, and I'm serve as House Chair of this committee.
Good morning. I'm Mary Ann Moore, and I represent Senate District 6, which is all of Washington County, along with 16 communities in eastern Hancock County as well.
Good morning. I'm Abden Simmons. I represent House District 45, which is Bremen, Waldeboro, Friendship, Washington, and Louds Island.
Good morning. I'm Peter Wood. I'm from Norway. I represent District 81 down in Western Maine.
Good morning, Wayne Farron from Jefferson. Also represent Alna, Wiscasset, and Whitefield, all in Lincoln County.
Thank you, everyone. First up, I'm actually going to turn the mics over to our two committee members who have been serving on the Blue Economy Task Force. They have expressed interest in having these guys here. I think it affects all of us. And since they serve on the committee, I'm going to pass it over to them to see what.
I won't monopolize the time too much because I think we want to hear from Senator Dusan and Mike Conathan, who led the task force. But Representative Strout and I wanted to bring the Blue Economy Task Force to this committee to provide their report back that they provided to the Housing and Economic Development Committee to ours as well, particularly because we're the Marine Resources Committee. A lot of the stuff that the Blue Economy Task Force is touching upon concerns a lot of the stuff that we're currently discussing in this committee. So I don't really have too much more to add. It was a pleasure to serve on the task force. I appreciate Senator Dusan for being a champion on the blue economy and for bringing several pieces of legislation regarding this matter. And then Mike Conathan did a great job chairing the task force and developing the report that he'll be presenting to us today. And I encourage that if you have any questions, feel free to, really let it rip on Mike. He can handle it. Tiffany and I met with him, Representative Strout, met with him yesterday. We gave a sneak peek and, he was able to handle himself. So I think this is, it'll be a good presentation. I don't really have that much to add.
Thank you. Yeah, I think get asked to join pre-call so I can ask all the questions. And if they pass the test, then they're good to go for everybody else. But I was thankful to be appointed to this committee and this task force to bring some of the Down East perspective and the heritage fisheries in to make sure that that's not lost in the growing of this blue economy. And everybody was very receptive. I think it was a great team effort to listen and try to make the best of opportunities that are coming in the future. So I guess we'll let them do the report and we can answer any other, questions or how it was to work with the committee and the task force.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. So welcome, come on up. And I'm going to turn my phone off.
Good morning, Chair Hepler, members of the Marine Resources Committee, and good morning in absentia to our Senate Chair. I am Jill Duson, and I proudly represent Senate District 27, which includes part of Westbrook. I share a part of Westbrook with Representative Riley and part of Portland. I'm pleased to be in front of your committee to introduce the Blue Economy Task Force 2.0 final report. This morning, members of the Blue Economy Task Force will help present the report and serve as subject matter experts as they provide an overview of the report, answer your questions, and provide information to inform next steps. Joining the committee today will be Mike Conathan, Manager and Director of Upwell Collaboration, and Charlie Cogan. Many of you may know him from his long service to Maine. He is currently Director of Research for the Center for the Blue Economy at Middleborough Institute in Monterey. Their collaborative leadership on the task force has been instrumental in guiding a thoughtful, interdisciplinary, good morning, Senator, statewide conversation to the future of Maine's blue economy. I was also honored to work alongside your committee colleagues, Representative Tiffany Stroud of Harrington and Representative Morgan Riley of Westbrook, on this effort. Representative Stroud and Representative Riley's continued lived experience in the blue economy was instrumental to the task force's work and the final report before you. I'm pleased to offer my advocacy in the context of their lived experience. Thank you for your interest and attention to this topic and for continuing to be a partner in the conversations of advancing our ocean economy. I look forward to this morning's discussion and would like to turn it over to our task force representatives to present the report. Sure, yeah.
I just had one question
Yes, sir.
for you. I mean, this has been something that you focused on a lot, like the blue economy. This is something that you've championed here in the legislature. I'm curious, like what got you interested in the blue economy
Oh,
and-
wow, yeah.
with all the work that you've
Thank you
done?
for that question. I, as many of you may know, served as an at-large member of Portland City Council for 19 and a half years, 2 terms as mayor, issues in the Casco Bay, and the high percentage of things that are landed in Maine come through Portland Harbor. These have been important issues in the city that I represented as a counselor for many years. When I ran for Senate, I went and met with the waterfront staff in Portland. I have an interest in building a role in advocating on blue economy issues. And I also have served on the board of the Gulf of Maine Research Institute for a number of years. And they have a broad portfolio of work on these issues up and down the coast of Maine, over into Canada and internationally. And so these have been issues important to my constituency for quite some time. I appreciate that question. I also like to follow Morgan around to figure out where's the best oysters.
Any other questions for Senator Duson? Just turn it over to
Right.
your
Thank you so much.
colleagues. You're welcome.
Great. Well, thanks. Good morning, committee members. Appreciate the opportunity to come before you today and talk about our work on the Blue Economy Task Force over the past about 18 months or so. So my name is Mike Conathan. I'm currently the managing director of a consultancy called Upwell Collaborative, based in South Portland. I've spent about the last 20 years or so of my career working in various capacities within the ocean policy and blue economy landscape, starting in DC initially as an aide to Senator Olympia Snowe, where I managed her work on the Commerce Committee and really got a firsthand look at, that's where I grew up on Cape Cod, but that's where I got my firsthand look at what the blue economy is, what the ocean economy is here in the state of Maine, and have worked with lots of the organizations up and down the coast that have a role in supporting our our past and now hopefully our future blue economy as it will evolve going forward. I want to start with some thank yous, as we do, to Senator Dusan for her efforts, of course, in pulling the task force together in legislative capacity, and also Representatives Riley and Strout, again, for their service on the task force, as well as the chairs of the Housing and Economic Development Committee who've supported our work going forward, Senator Peirce and Representative Geer. And to the Department of Economic and Community Development and Commissioner Duguay for their work to advance this as well. The task force itself has been comprised over the course of its 2 iterations by over 50 members from Maine's ocean community in various capacities, which we'll get into. So their work has been very integral to everything we've done. And of course, the consulting team that I've been working with on the task force, Charlie Colgan, who's with me here today, as well as Blaine Grimes, Dana O'Brien, and Laura Singer. All of their work was, of course, integral to bringing all this together too. So today, I want to spend just a little bit of time introducing you to some of the work that we've done. I'm going to do a little scene setting about why the effort was necessary in the first place and what our goals were and what we hope to achieve through it. Quick summary of both reports and recommendations, including who was involved and how, and then talk a little bit about next steps, where we see this going from here, alignment with other ongoing overlapping efforts in some cases, how to not duplicate effort, and focus on development of a blue economy center for the state of Maine, as well as workforce development opportunities to ensure that we have the capacity to continue to grow it. So jumping into the scene setting perspective, over the past decade or so, there's really been an increasing global interest in how to align efforts to maintain healthy ocean ecosystems and simultaneously foster economic growth and opportunity in coastal communities. And of course, this looks different in lots of different places in different states. Here in Maine, our ocean economy already contributes by conservative estimate, nearly $7 billion to our GDP and supports over 90,000 jobs. Much of that work was captured in what's been taking place through the National Ocean Economics Project that Dr. Colgan's been instrumental in leading at the Monterey Institute, and is now going to be housed at the Bigelow Lab for Ocean Sciences in Boothbay. So Maine is going to be increasingly become a center of management of data for the blue economy on a national scale. Maine has simultaneously engaged in development over the past several years, as you all are well aware, with some siloed planning exercises for specific industries and sectors within the ocean economy, aquaculture, seafood through the Sea Maine work and that project, offshore wind, outdoor recreation, even things like forestry that are tangentially affiliated with the blue economy. Our work was never intended, of course, to duplicate any of those efforts. It was really to look at where they overlap and where there were gaps and how we can leverage those gaps and find ways to create economic growth in between all of those sectors and overlaying sort of emerging opportunities. Exploring development of emerging sectors such as life sciences and marine biotechnology. And so without this pre-existing effort to look at these emerging opportunities beyond our legacy industries, the work of the task force was really integral in coming into that space, because that is what's been happening in other places around the country and around the world. The reality is other countries and states are way ahead of us in this space already. They've invested significant resources, leveraging them to unlock public funds, investment capital, philanthropic dollars, all of which are supporting blue economy growth explicitly in other places. So you look just across the border to our north, up to Canada, they've invested over $250 million in forming an ocean supercluster as one of their 5 economic growth priority areas for the country. That ocean supercluster has a hub in Halifax, Nova Scotia, doing a lot of work that we could also be doing here in Maine. We could be contributing to it. We could be supporting it. We could be investing in our own companies. Here in the U.S., other states like Washington, Rhode Island, Alaska, Mississippi, and I list a few more, they have all earmarked millions, in some cases tens of millions of dollars to specifically promote and develop emerging ocean industries along their coasts. And in turn, that work has leveraged over $100 million, well over $100 million in federal funding. So most recently in 2024, Department of Commerce awarded 4 separate Ocean Enterprise Accelerator grants. They went to 4 consortia that were based in San Diego, South Florida, the Great Lakes, and in Rhode Island. Alaska, those are each over $13 million. The state of Alaska received a Build Back Better grant of $49 million to grow its seaweed mariculture industry. Maine has not received any of these funding opportunities. We have not been successful in competing for them. And largely that's because these other states have specifically prioritized the kind of work that we're talking about with the Blue Economy Task Force. So with all of that as backdrop, in the 2024 legislative session, you all established the first Blue Economy Task Force in legislation. We picked up our work there in late summer of 2024, delivered our first report with the executive summary of which you have in your packets in early 2025. In the last legislative session, reauthorized the task force again to dig a little deeper because, of course, 6-7 months wasn't really adequate time to get done what we really wanted to get done in scoping and shaping the future of Blue Economy opportunity. So we dove back in starting last summer, delivered a second report at the end of last year in December with deep dives specifically into two areas. Focus on first that Blue Economy Center I mentioned earlier, and second, those workforce development opportunities. So to give a little overview of sort of process and how each task force unfolded, each of them included over 30 individuals as members of the task force. Each were led by our consulting group of 4 folks individually. And so those individuals all came from across the wide spectrum of stakeholder groups in the space: universities, industry reps and trade groups, community leaders, research organizations, NGOs, finance experts. We had representatives from the fishing and aquaculture industries on both task forces, Maine Coast Fishermen's Association, Portland Fish Exchange, a couple of lobster companies, Atlantic Sea Farms, Maine Aquaculture Association, Aquaculture Innovation Center, et cetera, Down East Institute. Each task force had regular meetings, and in our first task force iteration, we also did a group of stakeholder deep dives where we did individual conversations with stakeholder groups in over a dozen different areas, connecting with over 100 additional Mainers to provide their feedback and input to the recommendations that we were making. So that first report delivered first a definition of what does the blue economy mean in the state of Maine, and that's included in your packets. I won't read it here. It cataloged Maine's strengths and weaknesses, sort of where we see great opportunity, where we struggle a little bit to compete with other states, and thinking specifically about, what are the things that Maine wants to prioritize, what Maine communities want, what the folks working on and around our water actually want to see growing in this. And in that work, the task force identified 5 key industries or sectors: marine research and ocean data, marine biotechnology, marine vegetation and aquaculture, resilient coastal infrastructure, and maritime propulsion systems and sustainable boat building. In that work, they also recommended the continuation for a second term, which of course we ultimately did, specifically to produce a blueprint for how a Maine Blue Economy Center could operate, and again, to look at those workforce components. The work of the second task force, as I said, convened in August of this year, continued through December, and specifically looking at those 2 component areas. First being establishing that Blue Economy Center, the task force really wanted to focus its work on 3 specific areas. First, to synthesize data and highlight emerging trends. As the saying goes, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. We don't have good enough data at this point about what these individual economic sectors currently are, and therefore how we can work to grow them and measure that growth over time. So that's a key area of need. Assessing the current state of Maine's blue economy, modeling those opportunities for growth. How many jobs exist? How many can we create? What is the overall economic contribution? How big can it grow? Where are those opportunities, and what does Maine do best? So really digging into those pieces, a key role for a future center. Secondly, coordinating the blue economy ecosystem, so connecting partners from across the state of Maine and beyond, across these economic sectors, to share information, needs, and opportunities. None of these sectors operates in a vacuum. They are all interrelated, and they have to have lines of communication to understand how they can best serve each other and best serve the state. All in the service of creating economies of scale while maintaining independence and reducing duplication of effort. So it's not always, the task force was very clear on this, it's not about everything getting bigger and everything, which ultimately leads to consolidation. And, that has clearly not been a priority for Maine's coastal communities. Lobster industry is sort of key indicator number one of how those communities want to operate. This is not an exercise in how do we consolidate and get big corporate interests to take over our coasts. It's really about how we prioritize and elevate the goals of Maine communities individually and collectively. And then third pillar, supporting innovation and attracting that investment, really positioning Maine to win some of these bids, whether they are for federal funding to attract philanthropic funding or to attract traditional investment into our sectors. We also got into the nuts and bolts of structure for what a center should look like. First of all, we are not going out hard and fast and asking for bricks and mortar and a building and a huge suite of employees to run this thing. It's about being lean and about connecting with what's already working. So the recommendation of the task force was to house the Blue Economy Center at MTI, at the Maine Technology Institute, leveraging MTI's track record of supporting innovation across Maine businesses, and also providing an opportunity to connect the Blue Economy Center with the Life Sciences Innovation Center, which is in the process of being stood up and actually has been stood up at MTI with an executive director earlier this year. Some authorizing legislation still moving through the Housing and Economic Development Committee to solidify that position. And we really like that model. The task force liked that model and saw with obvious crossover between things like marine biotechnology, ocean research and data, and particularly marine and aquaculture, marine vegetation, there's crossover with what's happening in the life sciences space. So let's use that and let's make sure we collaborate with that and really get to a model where, kind of the 1+1 of life sciences and Blue Economy equals more than 2. So that's sort of the goal there with that structure. On the workforce side, looking to support, obviously, workforce and training opportunities, leveraging the center as an opportunity to compile data on what programs exist, continue to identify gaps, and convene education institutions from grade school through grad school, including trade and vocational programs, to determine how to make sure we have the people to do the jobs that these emerging industries are going to require. The task force had a workforce subcommittee that met 3 or 4 times separately from the full task force to specifically get at some of these issues. And that included representatives from University of Maine, Maine Maritime Academy, the Landing School, University of New England, various other institutions across the state. So that was our work, and that's what we've delivered, and that's in the report here before you as well. So finally, I want to get into next steps. What happens next? Where do we want to go with this work? The Housing and Economic Development Committee is working on authorizing legislation to codify a Blue Economy Center. Senator Dusan leading that work over there. And again, using that same template that was established for the Life Science Innovation Center authorization. I really hope there will be continued strong collaboration between DECD and the Department of Marine Resources and between your committee and Housing and Economic Development to ensure that Maine's legacy industries continue to have their voices front and center in this conversation. It's critically important that the fishing industry be included because of their importance to the state, because of their importance to all of your districts and communities, and also because all of the other, the 5 priority areas that the task force identified are all really identified in order to support our legacy industries, in addition to growing in their own right. If lobstermen are fishing on more efficient boats that use less fuel and are less expensive and are built here in Maine, that's a win. If they are getting better weather forecasting and climate forecasting about the future of their industry that contributes to better stock assessments for ground fishing, lobster, anything else that's taking place, that's a win. So all of these, if lobstermen have opportunities to work in the off-season growing seaweed, that's also a win. The diversification for economic opportunity is what it's all about. Also protecting the legacy and the opportunities that already exist in the industries that are here now. Also, the first report specifically called out numerous recommendations from many of the plans and roadmaps that still have yet to be implemented. Many of those are important to continue. And so that was one of our big recommendations as well. Do the things that these other task forces and roadmaps have identified as priorities. They are necessary things, even including like the lobster marketing collaborative that you'll all be talking about here after this issue. Very important to moving everything forward. And there are a few legislative opportunities currently as well. In addition to that Blue Economy Center legislation and development, there's LD 506 calling for a $50 million bond for innovation. This can support not only life sciences, but also innovation in the blue economy, and various other pieces of legislation about protecting and growing access to the working waterfront, making sure that our working waterfront stays working waterfront and is not privatized and lost to the industries. And of course, supporting those workforce development initiatives coming out of the task force recommendations. So just to sum up, I've said many of these things, but just to reiterate, the intent of this Blue Economy Center is not to affect the regulatory decisions or to take over the regulatory decisions that are under the purview of DMR in this committee. We really wanted to support those and align opportunities better to grow across all of the sectors. Mentioned the point about continuing to support our legacy industries through those opportunities. Another example, creating waste or creating additional profit and products from waste or byproducts in the fishing industry. We've seen this with through marine biotechnology with things like Marin Skincare, which is now producing eczema cream from waste from the lobster industry. We've got a company called Viable Gear, which is creating twine and fishing gear from seaweed, from effectively a plastic replacement. So these are all things that are coming from new products that are coming from existing byproducts, turning waste into dollars. And again, finally, the overarching role really is to make Maine more competitive, to allow us to continue to do what we do best, to showcase our skills and our opportunities on a national and an international scale. Really, it's about having big tent conversations, finding common cause around these emerging opportunities, protecting Maine's incredible natural environmental resources, and building a more prosperous future from Kittery to Calais, all up and down our 5,000 miles of coastline. So I've put some materials in your packets, summaries of the reports, some one-pagers and a brief frequently asked questions document. But I'm here, stand ready to answer any questions that you may have for me. Charlie Colgan is here. I'll invite him to come up and join me in case there are questions that he can help answer with his economic expertise and background with the state of Maine and incredible nuts and bolts understanding of the blue economy writ large. So thanks again for the opportunity. Turn it back to you.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Colgan, or are you a P, is it a doctor? Is it Dr. Colgan?
I do have a doctorate.
Okay. Thank you for being here. I've heard
I do
your-
not.
I was just because I've heard your name for,
My doctorate is in history, and you can make of that what you will.
yeah. Say what?
My doctorate is in history from the University of Maine, and you can make of that what
Okay.
you will.
Well, so is mine, but so, thank you. I have just heard your name and your for many years in the recommendation. Weren't you also the state economist?
I was
Yes.
under Governor McKernan.
Thank you for that service. So anyway, anything you wanted to add?
Let's just pick up on one point that Mike made, which is that though we did not spend a lot of time featuring this particular aspect, it's contained in the reports. Globally, when you talk about the blue economy, people are really talking about the sustainable development of ocean resources, the sustainable use of marine resources, and how to achieve both a growth in the economic outcomes, the sale of goods and services and incomes from marine resources, but also how to do so sustainably, which is, of course, something that we have not historically had a very good record at globally. So the work that the Maine has done over the many years that the DMR has been in existence and this committee has been in existence to get towards sustainable use of particularly the fishery resources is really foundational to all the other things that we're talking about doing. When we try to do the development work, for example, in aquaculture or in data sciences or other parts of the blue economy that we've suggested, the sustainability elements of the work that this committee and DMR do is foundational. And that's, though you won't see that highlighted in a lot of detail because we, as Mike said, we didn't have a whole lot of time to do all of the work. But understand that what you guys are doing is all foundational to everything that we've recommended. And what we've recommended is to help make much better connections between the economic development opportunities and the sustainability requirements going forward.
Thank you. Rep Strop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine's more of a comment, which is shocking to everybody, but for clarity, I tried to bring that it's important to take into account those that currently do and work in the blue economy. The education that they have on the water or over time or heritage, sometimes you can't get with a degree in school. Most times you can't. Like example of you can't learn to dig clams and walking in the mud if you're sitting in a classroom. So to make sure that we don't lose sight of the importance of those that work in the industry and gather that knowledge from them and how it works for them, as well as what they can contribute for things they see with the climate change and the moving. I'm also a very big advocate of not industrializing the ocean. I think that we should be stewards of what it gives us and we should work with it. But I do not think that that's something that should be industrialized. So I brought those things up. I was also on the housing part of the subcommittee. And I know that's definitely a tricky situation for the state in any position you're in. But for me, my goal would be to keep people in their houses, right? So I would like to find a way to substitute and fill in the gaps when these seasonal industries are at the end of their time and find some opportunity to take part in some of these initiatives so that they can, keep their houses and live and not have to worry. Not so much, at least in my area, bringing in a lot of workers and building houses. Like I'd like to keep it so that the ones that are there will stay and their kids can stay and keep on these heritage industries. So I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
Great.
Yeah. I'll ask a question. Give people time to think about some questions for themselves. But my question, so Mike, you had talked about this, about the state kind of losing out to other states on a lot of these monies. I think, was it Alaska was it 50 million?
49.
40,
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, 49 million for mariculture. And some of that has to do with that we're just not organized here on the state to be able to compete. If we have this task force, if we do have this Blue Economy Center, do you think that it will lead to a better outcome in being able to receive particularly like those large federal grants in order to invest not just in our heritage industries, but also these other components of the blue economy?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen it, right? In the four states and regions that I mentioned that had received this most recent grant from Department of Commerce, from EDA. They were all consortiums. It wasn't one organization that stepped in and won the grant. But the reason the consortium worked was because they had sort of a point source for the feds to go to, and who was really in charge of organizing the information that came from all the disparate elements, the startups, the established companies, the community organizations, the research organizations, the universities that could pull that all together. And the reality is, here in Maine, there's no one individual whose job that is. Sort of the closest we had for time was through the Gulf of Maine Research Institute. One of our colleagues on the consulting team, Blaine Grimes, led an effort through GMRI to kind of, and she was very engaged in actually responses to these RFPs to get Maine into a consortium that did apply for that round of funding and ultimately was not selected. And one of the reasons that Maine continues to lose out is because we just don't have that single point source, and none of the other entities have sort of the individual capacity to deliver and pull together the work and the response itself. And it's also about, because we are a state that has a long coastline with lots of different smaller organizations operating along it, none of those organizations individually has that capacity. And if they do, they're advocating inevitably for things that will benefit their organization above others. And so having that point source for someone that can represent the scope of the state, bring organizations together, advocate with a single voice, that's much more powerful and it's much more likely to be successful in those funding efforts.
Thank you. Actually related to that, how, and related to, Rep. Strout's comment is like, how, and maybe it's too early because this, you have to create the center to do this, but like, how would this work on the ground? Like, how would this center connect with people in, the Down East communities or fishermen, or would you, I mean, I don't, just throwing that out there.
Yeah. So part of that is just doing the groundwork of going to these organizations, part of it's the work we did with the task force, bringing people together, get everybody around a table. In our case, we tried to do it as much as possible while respecting the need for these organizations to continue to do their day jobs, right? But we've got to get people around a table talking to each other on a regular basis. And some of that happens organically with some subsectors currently. There's a Maine Marine Science Consortium that Bigelow and some others lead that bring together science organizations. And there's a Maine Ocean Leadership that Bigelow and GMRI are involved in leading as well. So they are bringing some folks together, but with sort of a very particular perspective, and not always including all of the stakeholders that come particularly from the fishing industry, the aquaculture industry. So the role of the center then is to, because we are specifically advocating for the blue economy writ large and across the spectrum, it's an incentive for those folks to come together, share opportunities, share challenges, and then consolidate that work. So part of it is regular convenings. Part of it is outreach from within the center to those organizations to have sort of the one-on-one conversations that can then be consolidated. All of that comes together into one collective, which then consolidates that information and produces, it's not going to be obviously what everybody wants, but you get to a point where you have some consensus around these are the specific things that we should be advocating for, and these are our strengths. Yeah.
For instance, I was thinking, like, when you mentioned the twine,
Mhm.
right? Could you see like maybe, I don't know, engaging with whatever fisheries could use that, saying, here, will you try this? And we'll give you a grant to do that kind of stuff. Is that?
It's possible if there's money available, which we hope there would be from whatever sources.
Yeah.
I think that a good example of the kind of thing that can be done without a whole lot of extra money would be the Fishermen's Forum. Fishermen's Forum has been running nigh on 50 years now, and it's been an extremely successful forum for people to get together and talk about issues in the fishing industry. Well, the center could organize similar things for people in, for example, kelp farmers and people who are trying to develop kelp and develop new products from kelp. They could do the same thing, for example, for the many coastal resilience centers to focus on the fishing industry's needs in that context. It's really a matter of making connections that were not going to be made unless there's somebody somewhere who says, you and you need to get together and talk.
Yeah.
And that's probably the most important thing it can do in the short term. In the longer term, we would like to see it have enough money from either public or private philanthropic funds that it could fund specific initiatives, but that's ways down the road.
Yeah.
Right now, we just want to start making those connections.
I'll give you one more specific example along those lines. So there's an organization called Maritime Blue, Washington Maritime Blue, that launched in the Seattle area. And it came out of a priority of Governor Inslee when he took office originally as governor of Washington. And that has grown into an organization that started with an investment of state funding. They have received over $10 million of federal funding. They now have staff of about 12 people who are working in this organization. They are working specifically to parallel what we're talking about here in Maine. They are working with their seaweed, aquaculture, mariculture industry in Washington and collaborating with Alaska to do a full-scale market analysis of how do they, in the state of Washington, create the processing capacity so that they can move seaweed through the state of Washington that they grow in Washington and Alaska and turn it into a product that the market actually wants to receive. And so they're doing all of that market research so that they can bring it back to the industry, and the industry can have a path forward to avoid some of the challenges that we've experienced here in the state of Maine with market development.
And because we've been talking about like the interaction between like potential center and organizations, but what do you see as the like day-to-day kind of interactions between the center and your, you know, your lobsterman, your oyster farmer? What is that kind of, how do you see that like relationship? How do they get in touch? How do they work maybe individually instead of just through Maine Aquaculture Association or through MLA? Like, how do you envision that?
Yeah, I mean, it's always, excuse me, it's always challenging to find time in a lobsterman's day to talk to regulators. And they already have so many things that they feel compelled to need to talk to regulators about that it can oftentimes get overwhelming and become a real challenge. So one of the things that I think the center could serve as is a little bit of a funnel for that, to receive collective comments, be a bit of a one-stop shop for folks in the industry who have concerns that it's not just about one specific regulation. It's not just about wind. It's not just about whales. It's not just about bait or price or fuel or anything. It's the big picture and it's the collective. And then that, again, as that sort of connective role, it connects to what are the opportunities that we're talking about developing. We're trying to develop alternative fuels. We're trying to develop alternative propulsion systems. When there's trust in those levels of communication, and when there's a trusted entity that can be sort of a go-between for different industries that are trying to do different things, it just helps to provide that sort of explanatory function of, you know, we're trying to create opportunities that support what the future of an industry is going to look like. So, you know, the day-to-day of that is, you know, there's got to be outreach. You've got to be making visits to the docks and being where the industry members are and where these opportunities are actually coming out, instead of waiting for them to have to come to you. You know, we can be a little more proactive with some of that outreach when there's an established entity that's doing it.
I'd add that the task force did include a recommendation that the center have a board of advisors or a board of governors to set the agenda for the center's work, so that the industry would have direct input to what the center does each year, or whatever time period. And so if the need for much more contact with individual harvesters or businesses becomes particularly critical, the center is set to evolve to be able to do that. And the industry has the opportunity to provide that input and get that priority moved up in the center's work program. So this is just the start. It's an evolutionary thing, and hopefully, if things are successful, more and more will be asked of it, and more will get done.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Some people are already asking.
I'm just curious where you said where this is kind of the genesis of this in Maine. If we have reached out to the other states, that it has been an ongoing task force and getting their best practices, if you will, of what's working, what's not working. Maybe we have overrepresentation by some that maybe don't need to be on the task force, and underrepresentation of those that should be on the task force. And I'm just curious how that is playing out, whether we've reached out to other states that have it to find out what their, you know, again, best practices have been, or what's working, what's not working. And so that we're able to, because everything comes down to financial, right? Everything that we do to try to market ourselves or increase the awareness or attract business comes down to money that we need to market and to get our fair share, if you will, of the pie. I'm curious if the other states, how willing they are to share that information with us.
We task force had presentations from both Washington State and Rhode Island. People came on Zoom and basically told us what they were doing. MICE had a number of meetings with people from those states and others. I did some of the foundational work for the Massachusetts Blue Economy Initiative, and have kept in touch with that. So we have a pretty good idea of what's going on. I also do work around the world and know people, know what different countries are doing, and all of that's fed in. But as I said a minute ago, the important thing is not so much recognition of all the things you can do, or enough of them, but where can you get started and then grow effectively into taking on more and more responsibilities. I feel we've grounded the recommendations that we made in the successful experience of others, both in the US and abroad. Now, there are some things, Rhode Island's success in its blue economy work has been largely driven by its connection to the Navy. They've just done a new evolution of their blue economy work, which is going to focus on underwater acoustics, because that's where all Raytheon, Navy labs, that's their area connected over to Groton and the submarines. So they've got a really good connection of public and private organizations that they're building around. So that's not something we're going to do very much of, because our big Navy installation is BIW, and they're building Aegis class destroyers for as far as the eye can see, along with Portsmouth. So our boat building work and shipbuilding work is going to be different than Rhode Island's. And that's what we've tried to recognize, that sometimes it's the difference between where we are and where another place is that points the direction for us.
Actually, related to that, I was looking at your list of, it's on page 5 of some of these. Anyway, opportunities to go, and you mentioned marine research and ocean data, marine biotech, marine vegetable, resilient coastal infrastructure, marine propulsion systems, and boat building. And I say that as married to a proud wooden boat builder in the coast of Maine. But the two that you didn't mention, and maybe this is the difference between Rhode Island and Maine, is defense and national security and recreation and tourism. Is that something you just, for at least for now, and are not dealing with?
We focused on non-Navy, non-defense ships and boats, because a lot of the research and development, a lot of the production of the advanced weapon systems all takes place outside of Maine, right? I mean, we build the hull, we stick the engine that was built somewhere else in here, and that it was a different situation than in Rhode Island. Tourism and recreation, the reason the task force did not deal with tourism and recreation, and to a certain extent fisheries, is because there are so many other organizations dealing with that. To be honest, tourism and recreation is the largest employer in the ocean economy in every state in the United States and almost every country. So to me, as somebody who collects and uses this data, leaving tourism and recreation out is a big gap. But it was done for a reason, which was our job was to focus on the places that we weren't doing things. And so that's why tourism and recreation did not get in there. Eventually, I would like to see it included very explicitly in the blue economy, but I think that's going to have to evolve organically from the people who are working in it.
Yeah, I would say one of the challenges that we faced throughout the work was keeping it broad enough to encompass as many stakeholders as felt like they should be represented, but keeping it narrow enough that we could make a difference, particularly from the jump with what we anticipate to be a relatively small financial commitment. Like, we don't see a scenario in which the state is giving us $10 million to start a blue economy center and do all the things. So we need to really prioritize what are the opportunities that exist that we can grow through this kind of work in a very timely fashion. And so that's where we came down to those 5. And we've even talked about refining it a little more within the categories of those 5, which I'm happy to go into if you'd like.
Not that we would discourage you from giving us $10 million. But, I think are pretty realistic about things.
Yeah.
Okay. Farron.
Thank you. I just had a quick question. I'm by looking through it, I haven't read everything about it, but were there any talks on like fishing gear, nets, wire traps, all that reducing, reusing, repurposing, when equipment becomes obsolete? Was there any of that talks, one of the best things is like with all the used rope, we used to call it when I grew up pot walk, the old pot walk. What do we do with all this?
Yeah.
And now they're making rugs and mats and, just the product innovation, that kind of things that we can use all that to reduce the waste.
Yep.
Of course, we also used to make, and probably still do, a large number of lobster trap coffee tables. They're still
Rocking
around.
chairs, we got the whole bit.
Yeah, that's absolutely included. I mean, we had talked about the waste stream, not only from the living resources, but also from the point of view of recycling fishing gear, boats, and so on. That's an opportunity that could definitely be identified and pursued by the center if there are companies already starting to do that and so on. So it's certainly not excluded. We didn't include all the things we could think of, but that's a really good example of another part of the blue economy that we'd like to see developed if the opportunity arises.
Yeah. There's a movement that's gaining momentum among sort of these, we call them ocean cluster organizations that bring these entities together. And it started at the Iceland Ocean Cluster in Reykjavik. It's called 100% Fish, where basically the goal is you use every piece of the fish that comes up. It's like the old whole buffalo adage from the American West. And in this case, in Iceland, they now make significantly more money from the non-food components of a cod than they make from the cod fillets. I mean, it's like a 10-to-1 ratio now, that the value of that cod is not just the meat, it's the leather, it's the liver oil, it's the pharmaceuticals and cosmetics that can be made from the collagen and other components of that fish. So that's something that's applicable through the marine biotechnology piece in terms of living resources, but also for the waste streams and recycling of other products. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for this information. I apologize that I was a little late. I'm Representative Holly Eaton. I serve House District 15 and I live in Deer Isle. I'm wondering if you can clarify for me, and maybe you did and I missed it, but on the first page, I see that under legislative action, it says authorize $50 million innovation bond.
Mhm.
And I'm wondering if you can explain more about what that's for.
Sure.
And then, and then additionally, are you looking to be funded through the general fund? How are you, what kind of financial, ask are you looking for?
Yeah. So the innovation bond is its current legislation. I believe it's LD 506, and it's focused on supporting, it'd be a $50 million bond to support innovation in the state in general. So it comes out of, in large part, the Life Science Innovation Center movement. I'm not an expert on that bill, but that's where the genesis of that is, and we support that as well as something that could also be supportive of the work we're proposing in the Blue Economy Center. The task force, again, recognizing the budget constraints that the legislature is currently operating under, it recommended an initial annual investment of $500,000 to $1 million to start the center itself. And that's basically to fund one full-time employee to manage the work of the center and do affiliated sort of carry-on efforts. So, what is it actually going to do? You can pay a person, but the person has to then, there have to be events and there have to be, activities that go along with that. So the conservative request was that $500,000 to $1 million. And again, that's just for sort of launch costs. Longer term, we would see greater opportunity.
And I should say that we defer completely to DECD, MTI, the Governor's Budget Office, and you all as to how you want to arrange that. We're giving you a target and say, hit as close to this as you can. And from whatever sources, current sources, carryover funds, new general fund money, which we think is unlikely, but they're, if there's enough change rivaling around some sofas, we might be able to find enough.
Yeah. Well, and I will say, we fully recognize the challenge that MTI faces, having been flat funded for about the last, I think it's almost 20 years at the same rate, and continuing to do more with less, as we always used to say about the Coast Guard back in my Senate days when we were managing the Coast Guard. It's amazing what those folks do without budget increases. So MTI is in a very similar situation, obviously at a slightly lower price point, but.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You brought up a good point, and I'm a commercial fisherman. I've dug clams all my life, harvested just about everything there is on the water.
Yeah.
You brought up a good point with Iceland is they found other ways to use byproduct. Now, we had a hearing a little while ago about talking about pogies, menhaden. Lobstermen use them up here for bait.
Mm-hmm.
Other states use them for other things. Has it been detrimental to some of these places jockeying for position for fish as far as food sources versus somebody else's use of it? And I think, that would be a concern I would have in that aspect. Say cod's worth more valuable than, being a food source, but
Yeah.
yet it is a food source.
Yeah.
But now it's being transferred over to something else that's not a food source to people, and what the detrimental impact of that could possibly be.
Yeah. So I think the point about the cod is that you first take the food, you take the food source, you keep the food source, and then there's the rack, right? There's everything else that was going to go in the compost. And so instead of putting it in the compost, you take that and you turn it into additional value add. So in that case, it's a both and. In the example of menhaden and pogies, it's Maine uses its quota of menhaden and pogies, and mostly goes into lobster bait. Other places use it for fish meal. I think at the end of the day, there may be some evolution in what is the highest and best use of that particular resource, and I think that's something that a center could look at and try to help figure out. But by bringing all of the voices into that conversation, including the lobster industry, including the folks who might want to propose to use that fish for something else, we figure out as a collective, as a state, what we want to do with our access to those resources. It's not, in the case of Iceland and the cod, it's not a question of food or other, it's a question of food and. And so I think that's the other piece, is like, how do we find those wins? Maybe the lobster industry, you can cut the heads off, take the heads and go do something else with them and use the bodies for bait, right? Like maybe there's a compromise in there. Maybe it needs to stay lobster bait. Maybe there's a new kind of bait that doesn't involve pogies. We'll see.
Globally, one of the major drivers of overfishing and unsustainable catch yields is the catch of fish for aquaculture food, particularly for finfish aquaculture. This is a major problem in China. China essentially has almost denuded the seas off West Africa to feed their aquaculture industry. This is generally not a problem that we have here for a whole variety of reasons. And there are solutions being proposed, for example, by Cargill and grain merchants to substitute grain for fish-based products for the aquaculture industry. But we're part of a global seafood system. And at some level, this is one of those issues that we will have to deal with in one way or another. The shortage of menhaden has been already recognized as a problem for the lobster industry. So this balance of uses is something that's going to show up on the marine resource management side and on the development of products. And is a good example of the emerging trends in the seafood industry that create new sets of problems, both in economic development and resource management, that a blue economy tries to resolve.
Thank you. I wanted to test your economic knowledge when it comes to the GDP of Maine, which I just looked up, and is approximately 78, almost $79 billion. And if the industry that we're talking about here accounts for $7 billion towards that, rough numbers like what, 8-9% of
That's
that?
about right. It's the third, Maine has the third highest percent of its GDP coming from the marine industries of all the states.
And if we look at the rest of that GDP and what generates that money, and how much is put into promoting that, where are we in being equal, all things equal, to promoting this industry versus what's bringing in the rest of that $70 billion to Maine?
We're probably behind. We haven't looked at marketing. We are probably behind. So the number one state in marine GDP is as a percentage of total GDP is Alaska, and they spend a lot of money on seafood promotion. You can see their commercials all the time. Hell, they even had their own television show, right? With the
Deadliest Catch.
Yeah, Deadliest Catch. We're behind a lot of that. I think, really far behind because, we have the benefit of trademarking the lobster without actually having to trademark it. You go to California, where I've been living half year every year, you get Maine lobster, but it's from Prince Edward Island or Massachusetts. We get the trademark. So we've lived off of that for quite a while. As we innovate new products and as the value for lobsters change because of the industrial demand for lobsters, the largest purchaser of lobsters, period, is the cruise lines for their buffets. There will need to be much more of a promotion. The Sea Maine group did, I think, an excellent job of identifying areas such as promotion to minority communities who might eat much more fish than do Americans. And so there's the Seafood Promotion Council, as a result of the Sea Maine work, has done a lot more to promote to minority communities all over the Northeast to give access to fish. A lot more of that's going to have to go on.
I guess one thing that I was thinking about in terms of like outreach and also the connection to tourism and recreation is that something that you said, Dr. Colgan, at the very beginning, which is the sustainability of all of our marine resources is foundational, is the word you used, for the success of all of this. And I think somehow it's something that fishermen, right, take it for granted that what we do is so, that bringing that message to the docks, I think is a good reminder.
Yes.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. So with that, though, I think that it's also important to note that those that rely on those industries are going to be the ones that take the best care of it. So, the VNOTCH initiative and the oversized limit for the breeders. I think sometimes there are regulations that people cannot get behind because they're on the water and they see things different than people sitting around here or in an office. But I think just based on those that I've talked with for different events, they talk about the dollar value, but they also talk about the sustainability because these are heritage, right? So, when we have conversations about the gray zone and they're, allowed all the halibut they can catch and the smaller size. And, the conversation was they're taking all of the fish, right? It wasn't that they're making more money. That's always the underlier. But I think our industries look to ways to keep that sustainability. And they look and see that, they're taking the breeders. So that means we're not going to have any. And I just hope that going forward, those things, again, are accounted for the people that have that knowledge and it's not overlooked by, life sciences or people in offices.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sort of relate, maybe I wasn't suggesting that they go, tell a fisherman, you're sustainable, but just sort of validate exactly what you said, I think is really important.
Yeah. I think one of the underlying principles, so first, there is no single universally accepted definition of what the blue economy is. But there are certain principles that are typically included in any definition of what a blue economy is. And we see them in the one that the task force came up with. One of those fundamental underlying components that differentiates the blue economy from the broader ocean economy is the concept of sustainability. You know, the ocean economy can include any economic activity that takes place around under the ocean, up to and including oil and gas extraction and international shipping and sand and gravel mining and potentially future minerals mining. We're talking about the blue economy. We're talking about inherently sustainable industries. And so that's fundamental to what we're talking about here. The other piece that's typically included in many, though not all definitions of the blue economy, is technology and innovation. So where are we going in the future, and how are we making better use and getting greater economic value out of a still sustainable harvest of resources, which of course is fundamental, as Representative Stroud alluded to the way Maine has managed our fisheries and our coastline for, before there was a Marine Resources Department. So.
Yeah. That's a great segue. Where do we go from here? What do you see as the next step in this genesis, if you will?
Yeah. So there are components of this that are starting to happen organically. We have seen, particularly in marine biotechnology, there's an organization called Hatch Blue, which is an international organization that's largely focused, although not exclusively, on aquaculture development. They have partnered with Bigelow Labs and a couple of other organizations to develop a blue biotechnology effort that will grow in the state of Maine going forward. And it's part of this Life Sciences Innovation Center. And really what that boils down to is, again, going back to, in some ways, this 100% fish concept. What else can we do with what we have already and what we are already harvesting? And so it's really prioritizing development of things like cosmetics and pharmaceutical products from byproducts of the waste industry. We are, separate track. We are inevitably facing significant challenges and changes to the physical infrastructure of our coastlines. And we saw it in the twin storms a couple of years ago. Our working waterfronts have been decimated by that. They need to be strengthened. They need to be raised and elevated against future sea level rise and storm surges and extreme weather. That is an industry that is going to have to take place. Some of that can be gray infrastructure, traditional infrastructure. Some of it will be green infrastructure. And what are we doing to restore the ecosystems that have historically protected our shorelines from this type of innovation or infusion of additional salt water? So that's a huge opportunity that we're going to have to face one way or another. And the center can play a role in, making sure we do that in the most efficient and effective, cost-effective way possible. So these are the types of things that are coming. If we can get in front of them and we can get access to the resources to help us develop those industries, Maine can be a source of innovation that can be exported based on what we have and how we know how to work with natural resources.
Access to resources. It's like you're reading my segue mind. How do we put ourselves in a position, or I guess how far away are we from putting ourselves in a position that we are able to capitalize on perhaps some of those federal funds that some of the other states are currently receiving, that Maine could be receiving at a certain point?
We're right on the cusp.
Yeah.
Okay.
What we need is the organization and the collective effort and that single point source that a
Right.
center could provide. We have, in our federal delegation, we have two very powerful appropriators who can pull some purse strings and direct some funding and do what needs to be done to get that money to flow to the state. What they need is a clear, comprehensive, plan supported by data to understand where that money is going to go and what those opportunities are going to look like. We have the facilities in our labs and in our industry, and we have the people who know how to be on the water and who know how to do this kind of work. We have the University of Maine, which is leading in all the areas that they're leading in innovation in printing and materials engineering. It's here, but it's scattered, and so we need to pull it together.
Right, because on my other committee, Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, we have access to the PR money, the Pittman Robertson money, which is collected as through other funds and licenses, that is a matching from the federal government that Maine takes very much advantage of, and I'd like to see us do the same thing in this arena. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, at least my final question, because you've already presented this before, housing and economic development, and our committee deals more with regulations, which we're not really, this is not like the discussion for that. But I'm kind of curious for the next steps for like our committee, what should we be taking to support this vision of the blue economy? And do you think that, at least with marine resources and looking at some of the stuff here that they're talking about that's kind of outside of our scope of the committee, do you think like the committee's responsibility should be expanded? Which might also be an unfair question for you both. So if you're
yeah,
saying
well,
that's unfair,
I think
feel
that,
free to say that.
let me say in terms of what I think you can do, the most important thing is when the report of the task force hits the legislature as an LD, for you to be familiar with that LD and be prepared to recommend amendments to it to make sure that the sustainability themes that are important to you are reflected in the ultimate legislation. That's probably the most important immediate thing, along with help for the bond issue and whatever other finance support you can, in good conscience, support. The question of whether marine resources and housing and economic development, whether there should have been not a permanent committee, but a temporary committee, for example, made up of members of this committee in housing and economic development, to consider the twin nature of the blue economy, as there is, for example, with forestry, where both the forest regulation and the forest development is the purview of one committee. That was something we actually wrestled with quite a bit. And it raises a question, for example, of whether there should be whether DMR should evolve into a more specialized economic development agency as well as being a regulator. At the end of the day, we concluded that that's a really big change for DMR, probably more that can be done easily. And so the best thing to do is to keep the existing system in place, but to give increasing amounts of overlapping responsibilities to the executive agencies and increasing communication within the legislature about these issues to make sure that the twin nature of the blue economy challenge is being met. The rest of it will evolve over time if we can recognize that and make appropriate arrangements within the legislative branch and within the executive branch. But it doesn't necessarily have to be reorganizing, whole departments to do that. I'm not a great fan of large-scale reorganization under any circumstance, but I really have a trouble. I've worked with DMR for 50 years, and I've really had trouble envisioning them doing what the economic development side of this would be. So I think we kind of stayed away from that.
Yeah.
You're getting
I'll
a nod from the commissioner, right?
I'll just add, there are certainly regulatory challenges that will need to be addressed in order to grow some of these operations. We've seen it in aquaculture. That's sort of the obvious area where there's some tension. So continuing to work to resolve that tension and make sure that the regulations are up to date and implemented in a way that allows this type of development to occur is going to be super important.
And that's why we were really lucky to have Rep. Stroud and Rep. Riley on this task
Exactly.
force.
Exactly.
Thank you. You have a big job to do.
And also on our blue economy tour
Yeah.
there were several of us, including Senator Doosan, who had a tour of Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and
Right.
Maine back in the early fall.
I was.
You were there for
yeah,
some of
well,
the
yeah,
some of the
for-
events and
not
Senator
the Rhode
Tepper as
Island
well. So yeah,
So,
that was a great tour.
go ahead.
I'll just say the Rhode Island and Massachusetts tested my ability of restraint. It was all
You did-
offshore
you did a
wind
good job, yeah.
turbines and such stuff that,
It's good to see it, though.
sure,
It's good to see it in
On the
Rhode Island.
shore.
Is that true?
yeah, anywhere but Maine
Yeah.
would be fine. But I just, Yeah, in closing, again, I just want to emphasize the importance. I know we're going to grow this like the 50 million innovation bond. But we also know that traditional industries, as I go back to, the market was down, right? Fishermen lost a lot of money this year. And to think about putting all this money into new stuff, I would like somehow to also recognize that we need to help supplement those that can't get the markets for stuff that they do. So those are things, I don't know what this bond looks like, but that would be something that, $50 million that everybody's going to pay back. Would be nice if some of those that are in the blue economy got some of that to help continue their heritage.
Completely agree. Yes.
Yes, I would love that.
Good morning. Apologies for not being here for most of the presentation. I had to present a bill in the EUT committee. I am Senator Denise Tepler, representing all of Saginaw County and the town of Dresden in Lincoln County. And it's very nice to see you, Professor Colgan.
Nice to see you, Senator.
Yes, we've had class together. I think economy, what was it, 501, economics
611.
501. Yes.
It's really good at it. We were talking about elastic demand and supply and came right out of,
I had to know somebody remembers that stuff.
So actually, why don't you introduce yourself too? Were you here?
Holly?
I already did.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
you did.
Yeah, okay, all right. But thank you. We really appreciate you coming. I've learned a lot and I'm grateful.
I've learned a lot. Grateful to have you here, and really grateful that Rep. Strout and Rep. Riley have been so involved in this, and I'm glad that whatever role that DECD played in bringing you guys here. And we'll see you again, probably.
Hope so. Thank you
Keep
for
us
having
in
us.
mind for any
Appreciate you
field
spending so
trips.
much time with us this morning.
Yeah. Funny.
Yep. I'm very sorry I missed that presentation. It went on for a while and I hope there'll be slides to share or something.
There's a handout.
Great. Got it.
And a recording.
Yes, I'll have to
Thanks,
watch it.
guys.
Okay,
So
is it time for our work sessions?
Well, the 11, aquaculture.
Yes,
Discussion.
that's right.
And also the report back on the secondary trap tags.
Correct.
So,
Okay, so we welcome the commissioner and Ms. Gilbert to the podium to present some information on LD 2025 and a report back from LD, well,
the
resolved,
secondary
yeah,
um,
secondary trap tags.
Yeah, and there was something yeah, it's gone.
Okay, so should we let them proceed or are there more comments or questions from the committee in regards to the last presentation?
Yes.
Just to sort of remember, we had talked about providing this information, but you okay?
We're okay.
Okay, oh, good.
So sunken chair, it's always great when that happens.
I know, right? It would be like neat. But anyway, we had planned not to take a vote on this, to finish the work session until next week, just reminding me.
Till next.
For this one or
For this one.
No, for the aquaculture.
The aquaculture one, yeah. That one's trap tags.
No, this is aquaculture.
We are hearing about both things,
Yeah.
both
Which one would we-
aquaculture and trap tags.
Yes. So yes, we can do either one first, whatever is your preference.
Does the committee have a preference? No. It's listed as the trap tags are second and the aquaculture is first. So why don't we proceed with that?
So good morning, Deirdre Gilbert, Maine Department of Marine Resources. I just wanted to kind of give you an outline of what we have prepared with regard to the aquaculture bill. As you remember, we provided our public testimony last week. It was very dense. There's a lot going on in that bill. So in recognition of that, we just wanted to take a step back and kind of walk the committee through how we develop those proposals and kind of the key components of that. And frankly, the easiest way to do that is to share with you the same information that we shared with the Aquaculture Advisory Council at the time the working groups concluded their work. So Amanda Ellis, who's the director of the Aquaculture Division, is prepared to do that. So in addition to those two pieces, she's also prepared some additional background on that inspection and sampling piece that generated a lot of interest. So she also kind of wanted to walk you through the rationale for that, practically speaking, what the department really envisions and some suggestions that might address some of those concerns, with the recognition that you're not going to act on these today. We just wanted to give you more food for thought. So I'm going to swap out my seat with Amanda and let her do those things.
Let's see if Amanda gets the chair.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. All right. Well, I will get started first with this handout titled Summary of Proposed Statutory Changes that's going around. Just by way of introduction, this information was presented to the DMR Aquaculture Advisory Council on September 9th, 2025. Notice of that September 9th, 2025 meeting was sent to the aquaculture industry, posted on DMR's website, and open to all. That meeting was held in person and remotely, and council members voted unanimously to support the changes. So in terms of the development process for the Upweller and Amendment Bill, the DMR Aquaculture Advisory Council formed committees. The committees developed ideas for those changes, and the proposed changes reflect input from industry and DMR. This presentation provides an overview of those key changes and information that was presented to stakeholders. So during the September 9th meeting, the department reiterated that proposed statutory changes are a pathway that both the bill LD 2025 would need to go through the legislative process, and if those changes were enacted, then agency rulemaking would need to occur in order to implement aspects of the bill. And so with that, I'll start with an overview of the lease amendment portion of the bill.
This summarizes the bill that you presented.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, this is summarizing LD 2025.
Okay, thanks.
And I'll start with the amendment, the lease amendment portion of that first. So
Before you start, are we saving questions to the very end, or we can ask questions after?
I think that is partly up to Amanda. Are you comfortable with questions as you go along, or would you prefer them to wait for the end?
I'm fine.
Okay, yes. So do you have a question, Representative Riley?
Soon, but not right. I'm gonna let talk before I
Start, yeah.
Okay, he just wanted the policy. Okay, there we go.
Before, so I didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I got it.
Yeah.
So the lease amendment committee was formed. The chair of that committee was Lauren Gray of Cranberry Island Oysters, and the committee members were Christopher Davis of Pemaquid Oysters, Matthew Moretti of Bangs Island Mussels, William Owen, who is the harbor master for the town of Yarmouth, Sebastian Bell of Maine Aquaculture Association, Greg Lambert of Cook Aquaculture, Cole Canwit, who is the director of the Bureau of Public Health and Aquaculture for DMR, and myself. So I think an amendment is required to modify species and gear and equipment on a standard lease or an experimental lease held for scientific purposes. And just as a reminder, standard leases are a type of lease that can be granted for up to 20 years. It may be 100 acres in size. An experimental lease that is held for scientific purposes, those are issued for 3-year terms. They can be up to 4 acres in size. And because they are held for scientific purposes, they may be renewed. So
Excuse me, sorry, Ms. Els, so this does not include LPAs?
This does not include LPAs.
Thank you.
So the current authority, this is dealing with what kind of the legal landscape looks like right now for amendments. So you can see what the law is. The law is giving us, the department, broad authority to allow leaseholders to add, or the way that the statute's written, add or delete authorization for the holder of a lease to grow specific species or to use specific gear on a lease site, and for the associated modifications to operations that would result in that change. It's also directing the commissioner to establish by rule the fee for modifying a lease. And then the statute is also saying to the department, the rules have to provide for notice of the proposed changes. So then we go to rule, and statute is also saying that the authorization to add species or gear has to be consistent with the findings that were made when the lease was initially approved. So what that is sort of saying to us is, if someone's going to modify a lease, if they're going to add gear or they're going to add species, it has to be consistent with basically their original application, those original findings that the department made on the original proposal.
So they can't just say, I'm growing oysters, now I want to grow scallops. That would be a different.
We would have to do
Yeah,
a review to
yeah,
make sure it was
right, yeah,
consistent. Yeah. So I think like an example of things that sometimes are challenging that are not consistent is if you never proposed a if you never proposed a float with a building on it, that would not be consistent because we never made a finding on a building in the first place. So then we kind of transition over to rule, and rule is getting a little bit more specific. For example, it is setting the criteria, more criteria that the department has to consider when it's evaluating an amendment request. And I'll go over those a little bit later on in the presentation. It's also setting the fee. So the fee to amend a lease is $200. It's also specifying notice provisions for a lease amendment. And so the department is required to send notice of a complete amendment application to the owners of riparian land within 1,000 feet of the lease site, the municipal officers of the municipality, and the department must also publish notice of the amendment request on its website. And there is a rule is also specifying right now there is a 14-day public comment period for lease amendments. So it's kind of the current regulatory landscape. But what does that look like functionally? So this next page goes over what that process looks like. So an application,
I have another question. So during the comment period, if you receive negative comments about the lease, which of those comments do you take into consideration in making your decision about allowing the amendment?
Yes. So we take in all public comment that we receive, and we review those comments against the legal decision criteria that we have to consider when we're evaluating a request. And comments that are specific to those decision criteria are what get addressed in a decision.
Okay, I'm following up on that. So if I have a lease to grow oysters and I want to add some hanging mussel bags to my lease, and there's a comment that people are worried that will increase the smell and mess from the lease. Is that something you take into account?
We don't consider smell as a decision criteria. So, I mean, we would want to kind of evaluate probably that a little bit more. That might actually end up kind of getting referred out as a compliance issue maybe, but we wouldn't take like smell as a consideration.
Okay, thank you.
So the current process is that an application comes into the department. We review that application for completeness to ensure that it contains the necessary information. Once we deem the application complete, then we process public notice of the application. So it's going out to the riparian landowners, the town, it's posted to our website. And then the 14-day comment period starts. We're taking in those comments, and then, after the close of the comment period, then we can start writing and working on a decision. And in the decision writing piece, that's where you get into the current decision criteria. And those decision criteria specify that an amendment cannot violate any of the issuance criteria. So meaning it needs to be consistent with the decision criteria. So we have to go through and do an analysis of all the decision criteria for the type of respective lease. The amendment must also be consistent with the findings of the original decision. You might recognize that again because that comes from statute, so regulation is pulling that in there. And then the amendment cannot violate any lease conditions. So sometimes, depending upon the findings in a decision, the department may condition a lease. And so this is saying that the amendment then can't violate any of the conditions that are existing on the lease. Go ahead.
So how long does this process take typically?
It depends upon upon the scale of the ask, what we get in for comment periods, but anywhere between 9 to 12 months.
Okay.
And I think I'll get into a little bit more sometimes about why that can take as long as it takes. And then eventually a final decision is issued on the amendment request. That's the final agency action on the proposal. So, so as I mentioned, a committee was formed to look at this. And the challenges with the current process that were identified by industry is that it takes too long to process a request, that 9 to 12 month mark, too long for industry. It's not always clear when amendments are required. You might remember from like the statute and the regulatory overview that it's pretty broad. And that it does not provide a lot of flexibility, potentially. Part of that has to do with the fact that if for example, we might have lease sites that were originally granted in the 1980s and 1990s. A change that you try to make today has to be consistent with something that was evaluated in the 1980s and 1990s. So depending upon how something was written and what was proposed originally, there's not a lot of flexibility. There's not a lot of opportunity to adapt. That also causes kind of a reason why it takes the department a while to process those requests, because we have to go back and look through and understand and sometimes do significant case research on something that was issued in the 80s, 90s to understand the basis for the findings. So, okay, great. Now what? We've identified the challenges. The committee worked together with DMR to kind of talk through, possible solutions, suggest solutions. We listened to each other, asked a lot of questions, and then came up with solutions that address those main challenges. And I'll go through what those are. So the first challenge is it takes too long. So a solution to that is was to change the review process to be more reflective of the ask. So right now, species and gear amendments go through a public comment process. The bill would propose to, you would still need to file an amendment for a species change, but it wouldn't go through a public comment because the department has found when it's evaluating just a species request, the department is really looking at, is there an available source of stock for that organism, biosecurity, things like that, you know, it's kind of more in the department's wheelhouse and would probably have less of an impact on the public versus if someone's adding more gear and equipment to a lease, there may be more impacts to the public that we wouldn't be aware of, that we wanted to get feedback on. So it kind of peels the species part out of the public comment realm, but keeps gear and equipment in that.
Have you had, is that also based on past experience with lease amendments, I assume?
Yes. And you know, to my knowledge, when we do get a species, when we process just species only, we rarely get public comment, and we're just doing our own internal review then. The other solution with that is the decision criteria for amendments would be updated so that amendments are no longer beholden to the findings of an original decision to provide more flexibility. We anticipate that with some of these changes that it will reduce the need to file amendment requests, and I can talk a little bit more about that as this progresses through. But so the other challenge was it's not clear when amendments are required. So what the bill is doing is it clarifies that amendments are required to add species, change gear categories, and add equipment or structure. So you might remember from looking at the statutory language and the regulatory language that you have to file an amendment to add specific gear. So that means anytime you're changing gear at all, if you're moving from a floating cage to a floating bag, you have to file an amendment. And so what this proposes to do is to change that model and create, it talks about gear categories. And I'll get a little bit more into that, but it would move to a category model. It also would clarify that amendments are not required to replace previously authorized gear, equipment, or structure. So there was a lot of confusion out there of, I'm already authorized for a 10 by 10 float. That 10 by 10 float needs significant repairs. I'm going to take it off my site. Now, do I need an amendment to add another one? And we're saying no, swaps, you wouldn't need one. We would need to further define gear or equipment. It would further define gear or equipment. So this is where we get into more, again, to the categories. So we're trying to now address this challenge of there's no flexibility. So as I mentioned, by moving to a gear category model, we would envision, and we'd have to do this in rule, but define it out further in rule, but that there would be 3 categories of gear. There would be bottom, meaning that there's gear always below the surface of the water. It's always sitting on the substrate. Suspended, meaning that it's below the surface of the water, but it's somewhere in the water column. And, and floating, which means it's at the surface of the water. So changes within, in this bill, changes within a category would not require an amendment. So in the example that I just gave, if you're authorized for a floating cage and you want to move to a floating bag, you don't need to file because you're within that same category. However, changes to a different category, not previously authorized, would require an amendment. So for example, if you were authorized for bottom gear only on the substrate, and you wanted to move to floating gear, you would need to file an amendment. So I provided some example scenarios so you can see how the current system works and how the new system would work under LD 2025. So in the example scenario, I hold a 10-acre lease. It was originally granted in 1990. It's been transferred once and renewed several times. The original lease authorized the culture of oysters using bottom cages, but I want to replace my bottom cages with tray racks. So in the current system, yes, you would have to file an amendment. Under LD 2025, you would not have to file an amendment anymore because it's within that same gear category. All I'm doing is I'm switching gear types, but it's staying on the bottom. In the second example, it's the same lease, except now I want to add floating gear at the water's surface as an authorized type. Under our current system, you're not eligible for an amendment. You couldn't do that right now. You'd have to come in and apply and submit a standard lease application and go through that, which right now takes about 3 years. In this proposed system, under LD 2025, you would be allowed to file an amendment, you'd be allowed to file an amendment, and it would be required because, again, you're trying to change categories, right? You're going from bottom only on the substrate up to floating.
I have a question. Does anybody else? Okay, okay. We'll go Rep. Thorne, Rep. Simmons, and then I'll ask mine.
I like that order, Madam Chair.
Of course you do.
Of course you do. You have to go first.
How often does somebody request a change from floating to bottom to, submerged? Is it seasonal? Is it what you have for stock? I mean, is there some that work better on the bottom at some time and then better in floating? And do they, multiple aspect question, and do people, can they get, if I know I'm going to be going back and forth, can I apply for a bottom, a floating, and a submerged all at once in the same lease?
Yes.
And that way satisfy, no matter what I wanted to do, if I wanted to change out, I'm good to go.
Yes, you could. You could come in with a lease application that proposes multiple different culture types, organisms, and then that would get reviewed and evaluated. Your question about amendments, we, as a rule, because people kind of can't make real substantive changes right now via an amendment, I don't think we often see them. Rather, I think we see people come in with new proposals. Amendments are a smaller portion of the type of application proposals that we evaluate overall, though, in a given year in terms of applications that we receive.
Follow up, if I may. And would this encourage that? If this bill were to change to that model, would it encourage people to apply for different floating bottom submerged type leases all in the same lease?
I don't know if it would encourage that. It might. I mean, because what it is essentially doing is, if you did what you're saying, it would allow you to easily change between different gear types within those same categories
Without applying for a new lease?
Without having to apply for a new lease. Yes.
Okay.
So, which it would be, fully obviously evaluated too when it comes in as a new proposal as well.
Okay, thank you.
Rep. Simmons.
Well, great minds think alike because Jim stole 2/3 of my question. But I guess
Amongst geniuses.
Yes.
I was going to say, great minds.
the last third of my question is DMR promoting this as far as getting those gear types into their leases? That's going to save you guys a lot of time if you're promoting it to a leaseholder. That, are you going to be doing this? Are you going to be doing holding oysters over the winter, are you gonna be putting them on bottom? Instead of just letting the applicant put one category in there, why are you guys promoting doing all three or whatever the future may be? So it doesn't take your time up because it's wasting your time because they could, at the lease, application process, you can fix those problems. I'm just wondering if the department's pushing for that to into the leases so that it doesn't waste your time.
Yeah. I mean, the development of this, was really done in collaboration too with industry. And we don't, because of our role in the leasing and licensing process, we don't really like promote or advocate for certain practice, just to clarify. But I think that, what this may do is when someone initially submits an application to really think about the full suite of things that they're envisioning doing, presenting that initially to the public, to the agency when an application is originally under consideration, and then they would have that, provided all those things got authorized, then they would have that flexibility to make change over time, be more responsive to as technology changes as well, to be able to keep up with that and not have to kind of come back to the state if the technology changes and wait 9-12 months for a decision to be made.
So all set, Rep. Simmons? Kind of, sort of? Okay. I have a question about gear that is not holding the marine animals, but might be, let's say, on your float. So you've got permission for a 10x10 float, and right now you have a sorter on there, but you decide you want to add a tumbler. Is that something you have to apply for amendment for still? Or does it not come in, since it's not in one of these categories in terms of top, bottom, middle of the water, does it fit?
Yeah. When we were doing, that's a great question. When we were working with the committee, the biggest ask that we see is gear changes with gear.
And by that, do you mean gear that's actually in the water growing animals?
Yes, sorry. So gear that's in the water used to culture marine organisms, those are the biggest asks that we get. We did look at trying to create sort of a similar structure for the like husbandry equipment, so things like floats and then the generators, tumblers, that sort of thing. But when we were working on that as a committee, it became kind of very challenging to address that piece because of the noise and visual impact criteria. And so what was kind of decided upon is those types of things to add a tumbler, to add a generator, to add a float, given some of the existing decision criteria that we would still have to evaluate, those would require an amendment to make sure that they're complying with that criteria.
As opposed to a new lease.
As opposed to a new lease. And that is something that I think the committee recognized that and will probably try to explore maybe how to address those things down the road.
If I wanted to add a tumbler at this point, I would still have to file an amendment that would take 9 to 12 months before I could add a tumbler to my existing float that's already been permitted.
Yes, if you're adding and it hasn't been permitted before, if it's just if you're asking to add one brand new out the gate, you would have to file an amendment.
And what about if I change a sorting system to a newer technology?
If you're already authorized for that, then and it's similar, you wouldn't have to come back in.
Okay, and if it's new technology, do you have to come back in?
No.
Okay, thank you. Yes. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Representative
I'm
Strout
looking this
and
way.
then Representative Hepler. Oh,
No,
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank
Rep.
you.
Simmons.
Just
Sorry.
curious, didn't we pass a bill that made some modification to this already? Did we not do something less? Did we not? I thought we
No,
did.
that-
The
his
working
bill that-
waterfront.
But I thought
commercial
we-
Fishing nuisance protection laws.
But I thought that helped speed up this process of changing equipment and things. I thought that was all in that bill.
No, I believe that that was the bill that took the adjudicatory portion out of lease renewal.
But everything else for the lease renewal stayed the same, and that's why we have this one, is to modify that.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Rep. Simmons.
And I'll go back to what I was just talking about. When somebody puts in a lease, I just, the department's time is just as valuable as anybody else's, and having the tumbler or anything that's going to be on the float potentially should be in the lease to start with. So they don't have to come back and wait 9 to 12 months. So I think as I get to, the department should be emphasizing this, or even having the questions with the applicant to ask those questions, because it's going to save you guys time and it's going to save the applicant time in the future. So I think something should be done about that, is ask all those questions that could potentially come up. Because, you know, I hate wasting time, and it's, you got, like I said, the department's time's just as valuable as anybody else's. And if you nip it in the bud at the beginning, you got more time to do other applicants and shorten up those wait times if somebody actually does need a change.
Yeah, and we did, what we did too is we modified the language slightly in the bill. You'll see that there is some text that prevents someone from, like, to try to encourage that as a practice when a new application is submitted. There is a limit, like you have to wait. If you don't propose equipment, if you don't propose any equipment, you have to wait a year before you can come in with an amendment after your lease is granted to try to, yes, to be trans.
Before I turn to this side of the aisle, I have a quick follow-up to that. So if someone just has decided that they want to try to grow oysters, but they have a very limited amount of money, their loan, whatever, and so they choose not initially to put a tumbler in their lease, or maybe a sophisticated sorting system. They're using the tube with the holes in it. I guess I feel strongly that this is something that does need at some point a more rapid decision-making process, because as people become more successful in an aquaculture venture, they are going to want to add more equipment that improves the operation. And they may not initially be able to afford that equipment, and so it wouldn't be in the original lease. So I understand Rep. Simmons' point about saving your time, but at the same time, I am concerned that we want aquaculture businesses to be successful, and we want them to be able to add equipment when necessary. And for something like, I mean, a tumbler makes a lot of noise, I think, so that could potentially be an issue, but there are other things that potentially could be added when people's business grows that I feel should be addressed in the next round of changes to the bill. So I will, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, we had Rep. Riley and then Rep. Strout.
Senator Tepper basically kind of said my thoughts there. I mean, this is something that, I mean, really needs to be addressed ASAP. I mean, this is one of the issues when I've talked to oyster farmers. I mean, primarily in the aquaculture community, I'm almost always dealing with oyster farmers. And like, this is like one of the issues that kind of comes up again and again and again. And I was just at like a aquaculture listening session maybe like a week or so ago. I mean, this issue was also brought up there again, and because it wasn't part of this bill. I'm just kind of curious because I, like myself, have not. I've worked as a farmhand for 4 years, but I have not myself filed amendment and stuff. That if is there like a grace period? Like if I say like, okay, I'm going to have I file an amendment and then I don't have it by the time that my amendment's accepted. Is like that allowed? Like, what's the current?
Two things with that. The first part is I just want to reiterate, like the Aquaculture Advisory Committee that was formed around this did recognize that, but really wanted to, for this session, have at least the gear changes like this ready to go, and would I think continue to explore trying to work through some of the equipment issues with noise and visual impacts and balancing that out. In the current system, you cannot make changes until the department issues a written decision authorizing those changes.
Rep. Strout?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think I'm probably the opposite. I think if you're going into a business adventure or venture, that you should, like any business plan, list out everything that could possibly happen within the 20 years that you're going to have it. It doesn't mean necessarily have to buy it on day one. But I guess that's my question. Is there a limit to what you can put into an application? Does it say you can't put every species you want to grow? Does it say you can't put every piece of equipment? Is any of that restricted? Or could they potentially, every application you receive, list growing everything in every way that you possibly could grow it in the ocean for 20 years? Like, right? Because for me, that's more like the seriousness of going into these ventures for 20 years is, unless there's a restriction that says, no, you can only list 3 species or you can only list 2 types of gear, you should, as an applicant, be writing out every possible thing you could do. I realize it's going to take time to catch up for those that didn't, because it was a growing, becoming industry, and some of this has to change, but are there restrictions on what you can put into an application?
There are no restrictions, so you could do what you were describing, where you list everything. Some people do that, and we're aware that some people do that, and they may, for whatever reason, not utilize what they're doing. Like, they might list a bunch of species, but only grow 1 or 2 of them. And that's fine. And then there are other people who maybe come in with what they think that they're going to be able to do over the next 5 years or so, and then something changes and they want to have the ability to adjust things, or maybe a lease gets transferred to them and they decide that, they want to change aspects of what's authorized on that site as well.
Yes, Rep. Riley.
No, I just want to comment, like, I hear where you're coming from, but like aquaculture, like any industry, like it's hard to predict what 20 years will look like in the future, what you will be using and stuff. I mean, 20 years ago, it would be like having a business say down. I mean, we had flip phones and Internet 2.0, and now we have artificial intelligence, and every single person from age 12 to 90 has a smartphone. That, like, 20 years ago, 2006, like in 2006, do you think that you'd be seeing like realistic AI videos of, who knows, of some actor doing a backflip? I don't know, like Barack Obama doing a backflip or something like that at a Chuck E. Cheese. I have no idea. But like, that's the thing with like the aquaculture industry, is like that the gear is constantly, there's constant innovation happening. That I mean, if you told me, what does the industry look like 20 years from now, I couldn't give you an honest answer. It would just be too hard to, I think, just write that all like in the lease.
Yes, Rep. Hepler.
So I think what I heard, maybe you can clarify this, Amanda, that what Tiffany suggested, which is sort of what Abden suggests, like put it all in the lease, get approval for all of that. And then as you want, but you don't have to buy a tumbler. You could just say you want to be approved for one, right? Is that true?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yep.
And then I guess I'm thinking, and I've never owned a business, never owned a successful business. So, as things change, I agree with Rep. Riley, right? Things are good, be very different in 20 years. But if you can do it as an amendment rather than a lease, you cut down the time and you gives you time to plan. I mean, I shouldn't be allowed to say, I want to add scallops and I didn't have it on, and so I should be able to do it tomorrow. I mean, I do think there should be some planning for the lease for the farmer, right? And I guess I see the lease or the amendment as taking less time
Yeah.
for doing that. All right, thanks.
So point well taken. It does take less time to file an amendment than a new lease. However, I will also say that technological changes in gear, and by that I don't mean animal holding gear, but things like, I mean, do we imagine robotic sorters 20 years from now? Do we imagine, AI controlled robotic sorters for oysters? Or I don't know. I don't know. And I guess the question is, how can we get to that place where technical innovation in the field doesn't become a barrier to business growth? Yes, Rep. Simmons.
Just a comment, I'd love to see a robot out in the mud digging clams with me. I'd love to see that.
Your job security is.
Yeah, it's pretty solid.
Yeah.
I just more pictured one of those things with arms on the float going big oyster, small oyster, big oyster.
If I can find the meme, there's a great meme that says, I would like to see AI try to do my job, and it's an oyster farmer stuff. Might not be appropriate for the current setting, but I will share it to you guys afterward.
Anyway, please proceed. We've really battered you with questions, but I realize you're not through your presentation yet. Thank you, Ms. Ellis.
Yeah, no problem.
Director Ellis.
Oh, that's great.
Thank you. Okay, so switching gears slightly, this is also in LD 2025. But now we're focused on the nursery husbandry proposal. And very similar development process, the Aquaculture Advisory Council formed a committee to look at this. The chair of that committee was Steve Zimmerman with Mook Sea Farm, and the committee members were Lauren Gray of Cranberry Island Oysters, William Owen, the harbor master for the town of Yarmouth, Sebastian Bell with Maine Aquaculture Association, Greg Lambert with Cook Aquaculture, Cole Canwith, the director of the Bureau of Public Health and Aquaculture with DMR, and myself. And the committee worked to identify some of the key problems. So right now, LPAs, so those are the limited purpose aquaculture licenses. They cannot be more than 400 square feet in size. They have to be issued to individuals. You can only hold four LPA sites. So LPAs are currently used as the vehicle to license most upweller, FLUPSI, and husbandry activities. And the background picture here is an example of kind of what an upweller or a FLUPSI might look like. They look a little bit different, but these are like upwellers that are used to rear juvenile species to get them to a certain size. And then husbandry activities are the things that Senator Tepler had kind of talked about, tumbler floats with tumblers on them, sorters, things like that. So what's that?
What is the like? FLUPSI stands for what? We got it. Never mind, I got it.
Okay.
Can you read it out loud? Go ahead.
I had to look it up as well. FLUPSI, Floating Underwater System, a highly efficient floating nursery system used in aquaculture to raise juvenile shellfish, primarily oysters and clams, occasionally mussels, from seed size 1 to 3 millimeter to a larger, more robust size.
Yeah. So FLUPSIs are like below, upwellers are up above, but they're still sitting in coastal waters. Thank you for that. LPAs are LPAs are issued to individuals, not companies. That can be a challenge because if you, if you are a company that's working in this space, which we heard from industry, like a lot of companies are, having an employee go out and get that license for your company, that can be problematic, particularly if that individual leaves the company. LPAs are also owner operator based, so meaning that there is a direct supervision component to that is really not workable for upwellers, companies who are doing that. There is an exemption to that for upwellers specifically, but it doesn't extend to husbandry practices. Also, LPAs are very size limited, and so some of the dimension constraints aren't conducive to some of these activities, the husbandry activities and the upwelling. So we talked about this a little bit, but nursery activities are rearing operations for marine organisms that are in early life stages, and husbandry activities are product maintenance operations like tumbling and sorting. And you can see some examples of that on this page of tumbling and sorting. So the proposed solution is to create a new license for nursery and husbandry activities. And this new license would be issued to a person, which the definition of person does include companies. So this could be held by a company, and it gets away from some of those issues around having a license be held by an individual or company employee. There is no owner operator requirement, so companies can share equipment. So this is important too under the LPA system. If someone, what we have heard is growers often will try to get together to pool resources, and maybe they all want to get together, purchase a float, have that equipment on it, and take it to different sites. They can't do that under an LPA with the owner operator requirement. And also the size of this license would be increased, so it would be the size of 4 LPAs. So it increases that footprint to accommodate these activities. So, the questions that the committee got when we were developing this proposal is, would people have to switch from an LPA to the new license? No. If what you're doing on an LPA works and you want to keep it, great. But if not, there's another tool here in the toolkit. Can company staff work on the FLUPC? Yes, company staff could work on that FLUPC because in this case, a person would be defined as an individual or a company. Would it have to be renewed annually? Yes, it is an annual license, so it would need to be renewed annually, similar to LPAs currently. And then there would be some limitations on the approved activities, so that only nursery activities and short-term husbandry activities would be allowed. So these are not authorizing sort of the culture of marine organisms like an LPA or a lease would. These are for very kind of specific activities that are short-term in duration. And then that was kind of the information that we presented on September 9th to the Aquaculture Advisory Committee. Again, they voted unanimously to support the bill, and that's kind of the summary of LD 2025. We would need to go to rulemaking to implement these as well. So if the bill did pass, the agency would then have to do rulemaking as well. But
yes, Rep. Stroud.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just out of curiosity, I'm sure we went over this once, but the nursery and the seed stock, are those tested, or can we just get them in from anywhere and then introduce any of that stuff into a nursery and grow them, even if they're not from around here stock, or how does that stock?
yes, the department does regulate that and makes sure that the sourcing requirements aren't going to pose a risk to other marine organisms and that sort of thing, and that it's free of pathogens.
Just a follow. So it would seem like if we were to make it easier to have these nurseries, we would have more chance of keeping our stock from the main waters, right? We would supply our oyster farmers with stock, or they can grow their own, right, without importing some of the seed. Is that
Yeah,
right?
we don't import seed.
You don't import
Not to
seed.
the state.
Okay.
Well, you can import seed to the state, but it undergoes like testing and that sort of thing before. But most companies are sourcing shellfish stock from in-state hatcheries.
Yes, Rep. Gifford, go ahead. It's nice to hear your voice.
I was just wondering, is there a fee like they want the 20 year? Would it be a really big fee to put in so much at one time? Or is there a fee every time that they apply in the future?
Yeah, there would be, because it's an annual license, there would be a fee to apply and then a fee to renew.
Okay, and how much would that fee be for the new husbandry license? Has that been decided yet? I'm sorry, the new nursery.
Believe
Has-
you did 400. It's in the bill and it's 400 is the max.
Thank you. Other questions from the committee? Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Wood.
I just have a comment. I don't have a lot of experience with any of this stuff. I'm from Western Maine, but I've heard concerns from prior meetings, and this seems like a great report, and I have no idea why we wouldn't support this. This seems like a great way to help solve some of the problems that have been brought up.
Thank you, Rep. Wood. Okay. Do you have a wrap up of any kind, Director Ellis?
The inspection component, did you want to
Yeah.
go through that
Yes.
next? Okay.
And that was in the, that was that amended.
Yes,
Yeah.
so there's another handout that, it's a Word document. Yes.
Draft language.
Just so folks know, it's this one with this on the back.
Right.
Oh,
Have that on the back. Oh.
it's titled, DMR Aquaculture Inspection Program.
Oh.
And it was handed out, it was handed out with the, with this summary document.
Oh. It's right here.
No, this is what she just said.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, it says FAQ.
No, apologies.
FAQ.
This was stuck to the back of my,
Gotcha.
apologies.
Yes.
Yes, we got it. It is the frequently asked questions piece, but. Go ahead, please.
Thank you.
Director Ellis.
So this document was prepared, because during the public hearing on February 5th, there were some questions about, some draft language concerning, inspection. And so I thought it would be helpful to kind of start with an overview of why inspections are important. DMR has an existing legal obligation to inspect standard aquaculture leases and experimental leases and land-based facilities. Each lease agreement also contains a right of entry provision. For limited purpose aquaculture licenses, that authority is less clear, but it can generally be inferred by reviewing some of the language in the statute. We are also at the same time proposing a change to make our inspection requirement for LPAs clearer. But inspections are important because coastal waters are held in public trust for the benefit of all Mainers. A lease or LPA authorizes the holder to farm in those commons, to farm in that shared space. Inspection ensures that sites and facilities are being operated in accordance with applicable authorizations. In the case of a land-based facility, which may utilize coastal waters as part of its operation, the state also has an obligation to ensure that those activities do not result in the introduction of marine organisms or marine organism products into the coastal waters of the state, do not result in the introduction or spread of disease within the state, or interfere with the enforcement of possession size, or season limits for wild organisms. When sites and facilities are not operated in accordance with applicable authorization and laws, it can pose significant risks to public health, animal health, and other marine organisms. And animal health here generally refers to the organisms that are being cultured in the facility or on the site, which is distinct from other marine organisms. It may also have implications for other uses of an area, including navigation, commercial fishing, kayaking, any other activities that happen in the commons. Inspections help protect marine resources that are important to other industries. For example, avoiding the introduction of an invasive species reduces economic risks to commercial fishermen. Inspection helps strengthen the reputation of Maine's farmed seafood sector and reduces economic risks to those individual farms. The history and evolution of DMR's aquaculture inspection program. The goal has always been to inspect all active aquaculture lease and LPA sites on an annual basis. Prior to 2024, there was not a dedicated inspection program. Rather, inspections were coordinated by the Aquaculture Division and included Marine Patrol and other DMR staff. However, with the growth of the sector, it was no longer an efficient or sustainable use of resources to ask Marine Patrol or other DMR staff to conduct inspections. In 2024, DMR then created a dedicated aquaculture inspection program. That program is currently staffed by a senior aquaculture inspector with the hiring of an additional staff person in process. The goal of a dedicated inspection program is to continue to inspect aquaculture sites on an annual basis, but it is also responsive to complaints about sites. Exceptions being for emergency, which are immediately reported or referred to Marine Patrol. Prior to a dedicated inspection program, DMR aquaculture staff or Marine Patrol would have to respond to such complaints, which again was not a good use of resources. How are inspections currently conducted? LPAs and leases are inspected by the senior aquaculture inspector and support staff. Land-based facilities are inspected by DMR's pathologist or seafood inspector, depending upon the nature of the operations. But the feedback during the February 5th public hearing focused specifically on the inspection of LPAs and leases. And so I will address those inspection processes specifically. So there are approximately 786 aquaculture sites coast-wide that get inspected. Multiple sites may be inspected in a single day. For example, last year, 50 sites were inspected in one day. Inspections are not coordinated with the site holder. That is intentional. This helps ensure that inspections are conducted without any perception of partiality. For example, it avoids possible presence of a site holder unduly influencing the inspection, or that the site holder, after receiving advance notice of an inspection, temporarily modifies how they operate the site. And it also reflects the logistical complexities of field work. The inspector is making sure that the site is being operated in accordance with applicable laws, rules, and lease or LPA-specific authorizations. This is achieved by visually inspecting the site, taking photographs, and collecting coordinates of observed buoys, gear, or structure as necessary. The data collected in the field is then also compared to the respective LPA or lease decision. The majority of inspections involve visually assessing the site and may occasionally include raising gear. Opening gear is not anticipated to be a regular part of the inspection process. However, there are limited circumstances that DMR would anticipate opening gear. For example, if there's unauthorized gear on the site and inspectors cannot tell what marine organisms may be in that gear, in those specific cases, knowing what's in that gear is important because it could have implications for public health. For example, if that site's in a prohibited area, we would want to make sure that there's not shellfish in that gear. And it also ties into general compliance because we would want to make sure that the site holder is only culturing species that they're authorized for.
Thanks, Director Ellis. Rep. Riley has a question for you.
Hi. So I'm not denying like the importance of inspections. Like I want to be very, very clear on that. But I mean, I do have some concerns, particularly with this part right here. So, I mean, like, what happens if, say, like, I have a farm, I'm not out there, someone from DMR goes out there, they have, for some reason, need to take a sample, they pull a bag. I mean, if they drop like a bag, or if they forget to lock up my cage, and now it's a 6-bag cage, and now there's 6 market bags of oysters, thousands of dollars go pouring out into the bottom. I mean, what's the responsibility of the department? Or the same with, like, there could be also like other issues, not necessarily even opening up the cages, but like if I go out like on like a Friday.
Rep. Riley, I think you should take a look at the bottom of page 3. It may address some of those issues. Sorry.
If there, would you like me to continue?
No, but I did look at that and stuff, but yes, no, the sampling size could be small. But if you pull out a bag, or if they're touching gear and they don't lock the cage and it pops open.
So they make a mistake.
Then they make like mistake and stuff, like, because the department, like, how's the department responsible for that? And they might not even know that they didn't lock up the cage, because sometimes like some of these bungees are like, you know, a little sketchy and stuff like that. But like if I lose 6 bags, then I mean, I just have to, Dan will yell at me, but you know, it's not going to be the end of the world. But it gets kind of, it's an area of like where I feel like this has good intentions, but could lead to like an erosion of trust between, I think, a lot of the farmers and the department. Or like what happens if they go out on the lease and they run over some bags and stuff like that? Like, who becomes like responsible for that? Or
Okay, Rep. Hetler has a comment or a question as well.
There we go. So, I understand that. I'm wondering, isn't that already a risk? Because this is currently in statute. What we've gone over so far is currently in statute. Am I wrong?
So we are,
I'm not
yes,
saying it's not a problem. I'm
we
just-
do currently inspect,
Yeah.
and we do have
So-
we have an obligation to
Right,
inspect.
So all of these things up to middle of page 3 is what currently.
yes, but like this is, the department can be out there when no one is out there.
Right.
That it leads to like an issue of stuff of like, okay, like if the department goes out like on Friday and I go onto my farm on Saturday to say harvest some oysters to go to the farmer's market, and I notice that one of my cages is wide open and I'm missing 6 bags, I'm gonna probably be texting the department, be like, hey, no, you like went out and stuff, like there's 6 bags missing and stuff, like did you forget to lock the cage? Or like did you go, or if like I go out to the farm and we have like, say, floating bags and stuff and there's like torn open, like did the department like accidentally run over it and maybe they didn't even know? Or was it just, you know, some tourist ripping right through our waters and just like ran over our bags? Like that, I understand where this is coming from. I'm not against inspections. I'm just saying that this is presenting a lot of like, I think potential trust issues with some farmers, but also like just some potential, just like, I think like just issues further down the line.
Director Ellis, can you respond? And maybe some of the sample proposals will help with that. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So I speak to samples later on, so happy to address that part later in my remarks. I mean, currently we go out and inspect aquaculture sites. The only time, like the scenario that I gave, would be where we're potentially opening something, would be if we see unauthorized gear out there and we can't see what's in it. You know, we've had an instance of a floating crate, for example, a floating crate, and we can't see at all in the crate. We would maybe want to open the lid to see what is in there, but we're not taking product out. And in that example, we're doing that because we cannot see. We see something unauthorized that's not supposed to be there, and we know that, and we're trying to see what's in it to make sure that, you know, particularly for public health reasons, like in the example that I gave, if this site's in a prohibited area and that person has shellfish and is culturing shellfish, that can be really problematic. So it would be in those instances. And then sampling is something else that I will address momentarily.
I have two questions around that. One is, does the department have protocols for if any mistakes are made on a lease site that cause harm to the product or the leaseholder financially? And the other question has to do with the fact that it sounds like there are only 2 inspectors now in that department, or maybe 1 and soon to be another, for 786 aquaculture sites. Is that a reasonable number of people to inspect all the aquaculture sites annually?
Yes, so our current protocol when we are out in the field doing inspections is we're documenting the day that we're there, the time that we're there. We're taking photographs. If we do need to get into something, we would anticipate like taking video of that, so that there would be documentation of when we were there and what we were doing when we're you know, if we do need to open something.
And that's what you've been doing.
Yes, we
Yeah.
have.
Okay.
Yes, we have been documenting everything. After we do an inspection, a compliance report is issued and generated that documents all of that. And so I think what we would do additionally is what we would do as an additional step is if we're going to open something, then also video what we did.
And just out of curiosity, is there a private right of action against the department if there were financial harm to a farmer as a result of an inspection?
I wasn't prepared to speak to that. I'm not sure. I don't know if, yeah.
Okay. Yes, Rep. Stroud has a question also.
Thank you. This may be more for the commissioner, but it's my understanding, maybe I'm wrong, that DMR can haul gear of a lobster fisherman at any time if they want to check the trap or check what they're using or see what's in it or take data. Is that correct? That's happening currently with other industries?
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Okay, are we ready to ask Director Ellis to go on? I think so.
We're never gonna get through this.
So if, as I mentioned, if there are issues documented during an inspection, the site holder receives an inspection report which details DMR's findings. The holder also receives instructions about how to come back into compliance and a deadline to address non-compliance. If the documented issues are significant, then they may be elevated to Marine Patrol with a copy of the inspection report for immediate enforcement action. What we are proposing is creating a right to inspect and sample. So DMR is proposing to add the following language to a section titled Right to Inspect and Sample. This language has been modified since the public hearing on February 5th in response to concerns that we heard. And it's really intended to create a more defined process around sample collection. And so that would read, whenever a lease has been issued under, and then it lists the relevant statutory authority to cover standard leases, experimental and emergency leases, or a license has been issued, meaning an LPA or a license to a land-based facility, the commissioner or the commissioner's agents shall have access to the lease or license area or licensed facility for the purpose of inspection or collection of samples. Samples may only be collected when the commissioner or the commissioner's agents have identified a possible risk to public health, animal health, or the health of other marine organisms. The department shall notify the lease or license holder at least 24 hours in advance of sample collection, and the notice must identify the basis of the sample collection. The sample size shall be as small as possible. Sampling results must be provided to the lease or license holder immediately after they become available. The holder of the lease or license shall make applicable marine resource license or permits available for inspection upon the request of the commissioner or the commissioner's agents. Denial of access, including sample collection, is grounds for revocation of any lease or license issued. And then it lists the statutory authority. So this change would provide that the commissioner or their agents, Marine Patrol, DMR inspection staff, have access to the lease, LPA, or land-based facility for purposes of an inspection or of the collection of samples. Samples may only be collected if the commissioner or the commissioner's agents identify a possible risk to public health, animal health, or the health of other marine organisms. Notice of the sample collection must be provided to the lease or license holder at least 24 hours in advance of sample collection. And the notice must identify the basis of the sample collection. For example, again, possible risk to public health, animal health, or the health of other marine organisms. And then that way, with advance notice, the lease or license holder could elect to be on site during sample collection if they chose to do so. Again, the sample size must be as small as possible. The results would need to be provided to the lease or license holder as soon as they become available. It clarifies that the denial of access or the collection of samples is grounds for revocation of a lease or license. And that we feel that it balances the right to inspect a site or facility to ensure compliance with state laws and rules while respecting that equipment and product are privately owned. You might be wondering what are some examples of the basis for the sampling that we would do. And we did come up with some examples. They do not, disclaimer, they don't describe real events, but they're based on realistic conditions. So a risk to public health might be that a DMR inspector arrives at an aquaculture lease site and witnesses oysters gaping, which is when the shells are opening much more wider than normal, which is a sign of distress. And so DMR inspectors would call the leaseholder, notify them that they'll return to the site at 10 a.m. the following day to collect a sample of 12 animals for biotoxin testing. DMR returns the next day, collects the sample, transports it to a lab using proper chain of custody protocols for priority processing, and sampling confirms that the oysters have paralytic shellfish poisoning, just below the level that triggers a closure. And-
Director Earl, Representative Farron has a question.
Back on the middle of page three.
Mike.
Please turn on your mic.
Mike.
Sorry about that. The middle of page three, it's asking about or saying is if there are issues documented during an inspection. So if there's issues, then they get a inspection report.
Yeah.
Now, if there are no issues, do you get an inspection report? And how do these inspection reports, I mean, like Rep. Riley saying he leaves on Friday and then, something might be going. Does he go out to his site and then there's a report hanging, I've been here, or is there a ticket saying, hey, we've been here and inspected this place?
Yeah.
Does he know until he figures, oh, what's going on? Somebody's been here, how is this all, whether it's a problem or not, how do you get a report?
Yeah. So currently, and I will say the inspection program, a dedicated inspection program came into existence in 2024. So those processes as we're hiring more staff and everything are being refined. But how it currently works is if there is an issue, you get a copy of the report. That report contains the title stage that the visit occurred at, the time, the date, who was present, what they observed. It includes any photographs that were taken, waypoints that we collected. Then that document is sent to the holder of the site. And that document also may include a letter that explains what the issues were and a deadline to come back into compliance. We don't put any marker or anything out on the site itself to indicate that an inspection occurred.
And how does that, when you say it's a report is given, is that emailed, snail mail? How do they get it?
Email.
Email. Okay.
Yep.
Yes, Rep. Strout.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just curious, everything seems to talk about like shells, bivalves, those things, but I mean, we have salmon pens. Do you guys inspect the pens and take fish samples and water quality? Is that a different type of inspection? Are they not inspected? Are they not aquaculture? How does that come into your group? I know you have biotoxins, but what about those fish farms?
Yes, those sites are also inspected, and we are requesting an authority to sample that would allow us to sample if necessary. That is included here, yep. Okay. So an example of a risk to animal health might be that DMR receives an anonymous tip that an aquaculture is sourcing American oysters from a restricted area for MSX. MSX is a parasite that can cause mortalities in American oysters, but it doesn't present a risk to public health. DMR follows up with the aquaculturist who confirms that they are sourcing American oysters from an MSX restricted area. DMR would collect samples to determine if MSX is present on the site. Sampling confirms that the presence of MSX on the site, and that enables DMR to take action to further mitigate the spread to other farms before hopefully it spreads further. Risk to other marine organisms. An example of that would be DMR receives a complaint that there's a mysterious red algae growing near the outtake pipe of a land-based facility. DMR inspects the area around the outtake pipe, collects samples, and determines that the marine algae is an invasive species that may pose risks to eelgrass. DMR conducts a visual inspection of the facility and does not see the red algae. DMR interviews facility staff who state that they have been importing marine organisms from Alaska and Hawaii, where the species of red algae is also present. DMR staff ask the facility owner to produce the import permits, which they do. DMR collects water samples from the outtake system and boxes used to import the marine organisms. The sampling determines that the invasive species is not present within the outtake system or boxes, and DMR is able to rule out the facility as a possible source of an invasive red algae. So those are some examples of scenarios where it would be really helpful to be able to sample. We feel that this proposed change is necessary because as aquaculture continues to expand and evolve, it's important to ensure that DMR has the authority and ability to inspect sites and facilities and to collect samples as appropriate. Otherwise, site holders can refuse inspection or sample collection and continue to operate their site. It helps reduce risks to Maine's coastal resources. And this is necessary to clean up the patchwork of inspection provisions that vary slightly depending upon the type of aquaculture site. This creates a clear authority and defined process that applies to all aquaculture sites and specifies what may happen if someone refuses an inspection or sample collection. We were asked if there's precedence for this in law, and yes, this provision was modeled after 12 MRSA 6856, which gives the commissioner or the commissioner's agent the authority to inspect an establishment that holds a shellfish sanitation certificate. And then additionally, a right of entry is also part of every lease agreement, which gives DMR access to a leased area at all times for the purpose of inspection and securing compliance with the terms and conditions of the lease. The proposed statutory change would apply a similar provision to all aquaculture sites and licenses. And then finally, there was some question around, was there discussion with industry concerning this proposed change? In the spring of 2025, the DMR Aquaculture Advisory Council formed a committee to explore the possibility of creating an aquaculture nursery and husbandry license. And the committee, I presented on that, and it was comprised of the following committee members. The committee developed draft language that gave DMR inspectors the authority to handle gear and take marine organisms, and that language was modeled off of similar authorities in the LPA statutes. That draft language was sent to all committee members on August 21st, 2025, with the opportunity to ask questions or raise concerns, and none of those committee members raised questions or concerns. And the draft language was unanimously approved by the DMR Aquaculture Advisory Council on September 9th, which was a public meeting and open to all. after that language was approved, DMR realized that inspection authorities varied across other license types and proposed this change for clarification purposes. The Aquaculture Advisory Council was notified verbally of this change on January 21st, 2026, at one of their meetings. And the DMR Aquaculture Advisory Council was also encouraged to follow aquaculture-related bills through this session and participate in the legislative process, which provides opportunity for public comment.
Rep. Riley?
Yep. What was the Aquaculture Advisory Council's opinion on this amendment after they were notified? On the January 24th, I mean, this amendment and stuff, the amendment that was presented at the public hearing.
I don't recall if they had, I don't think if they had substantive comment on it, if I recall.
Okay.
Yes, Rep. Hepler.
Thank you. So I have the original one that was presented in wherever, last 2 weeks ago. It does look like it's been expanded quite a bit in terms of notification, of advanced notification, and then also notification, notification afterwards to, to get that information back to these guys. So it sounded like from when I listened to the public hearing that those were big concerns.
Yes,
Right.
around, for particularly, I think for sample collection.
Yeah.
So it would provide, if we have reason to believe under kind of those three prongs that there is a risk to public health, animal health, or other marine organisms, we would collect a sample. There would be at least 24 hours notice. The site holder could then decide if they wanted to be there or not when we're collecting those samples. And then after we do our testing, they would get provided with the results immediately after.
Yes, Rep. Riley.
Question. So if the department is able to touch gear, like with lobster and stuff, what are the mechanisms to ensure that if gear is damaged, that those farmers or product is damaged, like those farmers are compensated, or there's some avenue to go? Because I mean, there's kind of like a power dynamic with like the regulated and the regulator, that it's like hard to challenge that if like they have their gear damaged or product damaged. What's the avenue to kind of go through that?
I mean, do you have?
I mean, we do in some of our surveys, we do have processes, if say one of our survey vessels was to get entangled with lobster gear and it was lost. And we've asked others to do surveys in a similar manner where they've got a kind of a preconceived gear compensation. But I'm not aware that if our Marine Patrol was hauling gear, for instance, and that a buoy was cut off by accident or something like that, I'm not aware that the department would compensate the fishermen for that lost gear, if that's what you're asking. Phone a friend though, too.
I'm gonna check with the colonel.
Okay.
Further questions or comments from the committee about some of the changes or the report that Director Ellis just offered? Yes, Rep. Thorne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to belabor it. I don't need a long, detailed explanation, but I'm just curious why this wasn't incorporated originally and why you wouldn't do it with everything, not just aquaculture lease, but lobster, being able to put that within the scope of your authority. I'm just curious why this has to be an extra versus why it's not in your rulemaking authority.
I think, if I'm understanding your question correctly, I think that there are other authorities for other fisheries and other activities that are similar to what we're proposing now. Aquaculture doesn't have I think a similar authority. I think probably it may have had couldn't speak to the history of that, but my thinking would be, for a long time, it was relatively new industry, and now we're at a point where it really has evolved. We now have a dedicated inspection program, and we do think that this is necessary to enact now to help ensure, inspection processes moving forward as that program expands.
I guess I'm just looking at it from an overall perspective and trying to make an analogy of law enforcement saying, you have a bus or a van and it's not covered under our normal search and seizure or plain view or rulemaking authority. So I'm just curious, is this the only one that we're gonna have to address this on? Or are there other industries that you don't have this authority that we're gonna have to look to do it to as well?
Yeah, not that we're aware of. I think it's just aquaculture, but
For now.
for now.
No, I mean, I think there is a component of this of it's transparency of what people are doing and what the department is doing as well. And so setting up these kind of protocols, I think, allows everyone to know what is going on in the area and doing what they're supposed to be doing.
I'm seeing no further questions. Thank you very much for your report. And I at least appreciate the changes on sampling, which I think were a good response to concerns of the industry and the committee. Thank you. Anything else? Okay, no, I think that's it. Thank you very much. It's about not quite 10 of 1. I'm going to say we're going to take a break for about 20 minutes so that committee members can grab some lunch, and we will eat it here. If you can grab it and bring it with you, we can start up our next section of our meeting today. Sure.
Also,
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we just had a proposal that the other report back be delayed till next week.
or after the end of the work session.
Or after the work sessions are completed, if they happen in a timely fashion. So everyone can get home in a reasonable amount of time.
Thank you.
That's the goal. Okay, so
we'll be back
could
in-
everybody be back here by, about 10 after, maybe a little bit after that is okay, but let's try not to be a whole lot longer than that to grab lunch and get back to your desk. Thank you. Good afternoon now. And the Committee on Marine Resources is back for a series of work sessions. We're going to address LD 2002, LD 2013, LD 2031, and we have at least 2 language reviews to go over, which is great because we can get those bills on their way if they suit. So we will ask our analyst, Ms. Ann Davison, to please walk us through the work sessions.
Do we have them?
Made me pause. Sorry.
Okay, this is the work session for LD 2002, an act to extend the Maine Lobster Marketing Collaborative to December 31st, 2031. This is a department bill. The bill extends the repeal date for the Maine Lobster Marketing Collaborative to December 31st, 2031. The collaborative's purpose is to promote the market actively Maine lobsters in state, regional, national, and international markets, and the collaborative is currently due to sunset on December 31st of this year. The public hearing for this bill was held on February 5th. The committee heard testimony in support of the bill from Senator Rennie, the sponsor, the Department of Marine Resources, the Maine Aquaculture Association, the Maine Lobstermen's Association, the Maine Lobster Marketing Collaborative, the Island Institute, and members of the public. No one testified in opposition to the bill at the hearing, and the New England Fishermen's Stewardship Association and the Maine Lobstering Union both testified neither for nor against, and they are both requesting an amendment, which I'll get onto shortly. So firstly, members asked if other states have anything like this, and asked about New Hampshire and Massachusetts specifically. I couldn't find anything from from New Hampshire, excuse me, but Massachusetts does have the Seafood Marketing Program. This program seeks to increase consumer awareness and preference for local seafood products and supports the state's commercial fishing and seafood industries and communities. And Rhode Island has a program called the Rhode Island Seafood Marketing Collaborative, which has an objective of supporting local fishermen and small businesses and increasing awareness and consumption by the public of locally fished species. I've included language from statute Title 12, Section 6455A about the collaborative's powers and duties, which were discussed at the hearing. The collaborative may undertake promotional marketing programs in cooperation with the lobster industry, promote national and international markets for lobsters harvested or processed in the state, provide material and technical assistance to persons seeking to market lobsters harvested or processed in the state, conduct other efforts as determined necessary to increase the sale of lobsters harvested or processed in the state, market and sell goods directly related to the functions of the collaborative and deposit all proceeds in the fund, make expenditures from the fund for the following purposes: promotion, advertising, and marketing development, and the hiring of staff and payment of compensation for employees, payment of per diem and reimbursement of expenses for members, and payment of administrative and overhead costs associated with the business of the collaborative. And finally, the collaborative may accept and deposit in the fund additional funding from any source, public or private. As mentioned, there were a few amendments put forward at the public hearing. The New England Fishermen's Stewardship Association requested that the committee amend the timing of the bill to extend the collaborative by 1 year instead of 5. And the Maine Lobstering Union requested an amendment to extend the collaborative by 2 years instead of 5. Finally, there were some work session requests. Members wanted to hear more about the budget, the collaborative's budget, and Marianne LaCroix sent information to you and also brought hard copies today, which should be in front of you. And members were also interested in hearing from Emily Lane from the Maine Seafood Promotion Council. And I would note that she is online and only available until 2:30 if you do want to hear from her. and we are still waiting on fiscal.
Are there questions or comments from the committee? Does the committee need further information regarding the materials that have been given to us? The Lobster Marketing Collaborative's budget or any of the other things here? Yes, Representative Simmons.
Is this the potential time to ask people to come up?
I think it is.
And, because I get questions about, one organization requests 1 year and another organization requests 2.
Mhm.
And what are they, what are their potential futuristic outlooks of this could potentially be?
Okay, so,
Should I call somebody?
well, who would you like to hear from?
Either John Druin or Jason Joyce which they're lobstermen. I also like to hear from Patrice as well at some point.
Okay, well, pick one at this point.
I guess either one, whichever one feels as though they can come up and.
Jason, we haven't heard Jason.
Oh, Jason? Okay, Jason Joyce.
Mhm.
Hi, I sit alongside you here. Thank you. Hi there.
Hi, yes, please state your name and the organization you're with before you begin to answer Rep. Simmons' questions.
Yep, my name is Jason Joyce. I'm with the New England Fishermen Stewardship Association. I'm a lobster fisherman from Swans Island. And what else did I have to give you for information? I don't want to interrupt your lunch. It looks awfully good, I think.
Do you have specific questions?
Yes,
Yeah, yeah,
Rep. Simmons,
actually, I did.
please follow up with your
Yes.
specific questions.
What, I know that NEFSA requested possibly or recommended a 1-year extension.
Yes.
What are your intentions or what do you see by not making it 5 years? Is there something that in the process or potentially in the process with the department or anything that you need to look at to only go for 1 year?
Well,
I guess.
yeah, I think I can answer to that. You've given me enough to talk for a little bit. So I attended over the course of the fall and the winter zone council meetings for NEFSA, and I am a member of the Zone B Council. I attended each one of those zone council meetings. So there's 7 zone councils in the state. Between the 2 sessions, I attended them all. To be honest with you, there's very little support for marketing right now because it's been a hard year for fishermen. And I feel that my association recognizes that, and that to recognize that those fishermen have spoken and questioned it, that they have loudly spoken that they would like to see some sort of a review or more data and a chance to weigh in on how that money is spent. And thinking a little deeper into this, I would like to see, as I heard it discussed earlier, or as this was described, if there is not the ability to use these funds towards any sort of resiliency, if we might need something like that in the future, I would like to see that amended so that that is possible. And when I refer to resiliency, I'm referring to, towards hatcheries, towards liberating female lobsters that have been purchased and notching them and releasing them, different things that have been done in the past. But as I heard the description of this bill, I heard marketing and promotion, but I didn't hear that. And I was under the understanding that that could be used for that. And then the other thing is, as the fishermen as a fisherman, and as I've listened to the fishermen, that 1 year request is really a reflection of what I heard and what our board has heard. And I think a discussion from our Lobster Advisory Council, so I am on the Lobster Advisory Council with John, and we have discussed polling the fishermen to see how they feel that money should be spent. And considering we are we are paying 75% of that cost. That would give us a time as an LAC to get feedback back from the fishermen. In addition, this is already funded right now through 26. A one-year extension funds us through the end of 27. I don't feel that it pulls a rug out from underneath of anything. And I also think it gives a voice to the fishermen who have voiced concern and discouragement with it. It gives the marketing collaborative a chance to maybe present their work a little better and maybe reconsider some ways that they're doing things. And it gives us on the LAC a year's time to compile that data so we can come back in representation of the fishermen in the zones, something that we can look at in a year's time and then come back here and discuss it where you have a new legislature that can go over this. Is that too much or is that?
I'm curious whether or not you and John have seen the information we asked for the budget. And I believe yesterday it got sent to the interested parties list. It did not get sent. Did this get sent to the interested parties list, Ms. Becca? No,
The
okay.
materials went to members, but I can.
Okay.
IPs after this.
Okay, well, I think we can share this with the interested parties list. This is the budget for the marketing collaborative, so it's very specific about where the money was spent and what it was spent on. So that is completely transparent, at least to the committee so far. So I think it would be good to share that with you.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. If I could say, could I say another thing in regards to this? We did discuss at the LAC meeting yesterday, we had a follow-up meeting. We didn't have a quorum. But something that we did discuss there, and this is not anything that NEFSA has weighed in on, but I've thought of it myself, which is probably a bad idea. Thank you. But I mean, a lot of the concern fishermen have is that we feel we don't have a voice with that amount of funds being raised. I also hear that these funds were originally going to be around 2.25 million originally. We now have around 1,800 licenses less than we did 12 or 13 years ago. Something that came to mind, we discussed a little bit yesterday, was if the dealer's portion of this was brought up to 50% of 50% of the total, but bring them up to 70%, similar to what we are paying right now. That would increase the fund. That would not, I don't believe you'd have any, I don't believe any fisherman would oppose that. But that would increase that fund and also have some funding in there. As Marianne had mentioned, it's around $300,000 to do the type of report that would show what the cost benefit is to fishermen for investing in this. So it was just a thought that, we discussed it yesterday at the LAC.
So you're proposing that the dealer's share would be increased, fisherman's share would stay exactly where it is, so that the ROI study could be funded. I think I had some information regarding the issue of the ROI that put some problems in that area, and that is, it's my understanding that that kind of ROI report would not separate out the benefits to fishermen from the benefits to the industry as a whole. So I'm not sure how much it would serve the fishermen to have that report. If we're just talking about return on investment marketing to both dealers, wholesalers, and fishermen, or whoever else, processors, everyone involved in the industry.
Mm-hmm. Well, my reply to that would be, even if it wasn't used for that, I do feel it's good to keep this extended, even though we spoke neither for nor against. But I also have heard and do know that that fund is below what they have expressed they need to be able to make it work better. And I don't feel that the fishermen should give any more, but I feel that as the dealers want to weigh in on it, they can more weigh in on it if they are contributing half. And so I would suggest that the fishermen stay at the same and that there's an increase in that. And you watch that my dealer will pay me less for my lobsters now. But it's just something that we discussed yesterday at the LAC.
Okay, thank you for letting us know that. Other comments or questions? Yes, Representative Hepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So were there any dealers at this LAC meeting by any chance?
No, there was not.
Okay.
We do have dealers.
Yeah, I know-
we
yeah,
have, we
yeah,
have dealers that are
yeah,
on the,
yeah,
on the board, but they weren't there.
Yeah.
It was just fishermen.
Okay, so can I have a couple of questions. One is, so it sounds like what you're saying, you're proposing is more emphasis on resilience and less on marketing.
Well, I'm not an expert on this, but I have attended, it's kind of like one of those commercials for a Holiday Inn. You're not an expert on anything, but you just did something that supposedly makes you an expert. But I've gone to 2 of the ASMFC meetings and I see the trends that they're showing us. And in anticipation of another stock assessment in 5 years, as those trends go, I, as a fisherman, and most fishermen feel as though, as we have questions in regards to marketing, it's hard to establish that, yes, there's a cost benefit. But if you are releasing lobsters, I feel there is more support. I feel like if there was a poll, and we won't know this unless we have some time to poll the fishermen, but I feel if there was a poll done by the LAC on what the fishermen would like that money spent on, I almost guarantee you they will say towards resiliency, whether purchasing female lobsters and notching them and releasing them, or maybe investing in hatcheries. So I'm just that opinion on why towards resiliency is also based on watching how the trend is going. And if all of a sudden ASMFC says you're going to have to do some drastic cuts on traps, on effort in some way, or closures, maybe putting a little more in the bank in regards to lobsters on the bottom would be a wise way to go. So that's my thought on that.
Yes.
Okay, I have 2 more follow-up.
You
but
have
go
a
ahead.
follow-up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Should we ask, can Senator Moore go ahead? or
Yeah,
are you
yeah,
gonna follow?
yeah.
Till you turn
Oh.
everything up.
I guess my only question about that is is it written in statute what the money can be used for?
A little bit.
I don't know. I just
Yeah.
heard
Yeah.
when it was.
Well, I know
when it
I
was-
saw that because it said, it was just promotion and then the, staff and for expenses. That's why I'm wondering if it's very limited.
Yeah, so that is section 9, and I believe that at the public hearing, you got this full section, and if you look at the testimony received from the department,
Okay.
but the duties.
So
are spelled out
it does
pretty
kind of limit
clearly.
us, limit on what the monies can be used for. Okay. Thank you.
Yes,
Yeah.
you had some follow-ups
Yeah.
and I have a question as well.
And I can't multitask.
Go ahead.
So thanks. So I guess to get back to this point about resilience and marketing, shouldn't it in a declining arena or a fishery, because we heard testimony from people in support of this bill is that a declining, not market, that's not the word, but declining fishery in stress, right? That marketing might be even more important. So I guess I'm thinking of both, can it be both and, to use that term that we used or served this morning?
If it would look like this legislation would have to be amended so that you could use something towards resiliency, but if it was, and I just don't feel that the fishermen we feel as though it's fair to us to take any more out of us. But if there is more put into the pot by the dealers, you have a larger pool of money. Maybe you can do both.
Are there further questions for Mr. Joyce? Because I have a question for the department related to this. Yes, Rep. Strout.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's the request for the 1 to 2 years. I know there's a new board coming in. Should anybody decide to join it, which now would seem like a great time to have lots of applicants. But would 2 years better enable that new board to have a look and have time to do the surveys, have time to come back, have time to look at opportunities to change the statute or create a new bill and divide the money? And then, of course, it would be in the off session. So we would add that in there that the committee could put a bill through, you know, if needed. So would 2 years
Yeah.
be something that's reasonable, given everything that needs to be questioned?
I'm speaking off the cuff here because I haven't spoken to the board, but my personal opinion would be if there is the opportunity to get these funds available for resiliency, if it's determined that it's needed and the fishermen have a voice in that, then I would think that 2 is fine. I just feel that there was, if you had to poll the people that I spoke to and heard from at the zone council meetings, the majority of fishermen would said to pull the plug. And some fishermen who are very good businessmen, that they were very frustrated. And I don't want to support a knee-jerk reaction. It was a bad year. Why, and during a supply and demand market, that our supply goes down, that our price goes down as well? It doesn't make any sense. So they feel taken advantage of. And I feel that, but I feel that I think the board feels that extending that a full 5 years is just not listening to our membership or listening to the fishermen. And so a reduction in that 5 years is a good thing to do. It's just a reminder that it isn't just a blanket, we're going to sign this off every 5 years. 5 years is a long time. But I don't, you know, if this was a 2-year extension, as the union has asked for, but there was the ability to amend that so it can be used, some of those funds can be used towards resiliency, if that's what the fishermen come back with in a poll, I think that would be fine.
If they're here, you can ask.
She's online. She's online. She's.
Oh, okay. Yes. I have a question for the department. Does anyone have any further questions for Mr. Joyce?
Actually,
Yes, go ahead, Allison.
No.
Around Pepler.
I feel like we chatted a lot. So for the LAC survey, where would that money come from?
To survey the fishermen, that would come
Yeah.
from the department. The LAC, I would believe. Now, John's, he's old as Methuselah, so he's been around for a long time on the LAC, so he would know, or Carl would know as well.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure the funding is there if we want to do a poll that we could poll the fishermen, I would think. What do you think, Carl?
Yeah, I mean, we
Yeah.
self-funded, the survey last summer.
Yep.
Okay. With that, can we ask either Ms. Gilbert or Commissioner?
Thank you.
No. Wilson to please come up.
She's really bad about names, I promise you.
Yeah, we're not going to the Billy Bob Thornton place today.
The nature of the question might depend which one of us.
I was going to ask a question about available funds.
Oh, available. Okay. Do you want to, or do you want me?
And spending.
Maybe I'll.
Yeah.
So phone a friend is reasonable.
Okay.
Yes. My question is, does the department already have monies that it expends on resiliency in lobster fishery? Are there dedicated funds of any kind for resiliency?
I mean, yeah, I'll go to surveys.
Oh, well. So the Deirdre Gilbert, Department of Marine Resources. The lobster license has multiple surcharges on it. There's a surcharge that goes into something called the Lobster Management Fund. And then there's a surcharge that goes into the Lobster Seed Fund. Both of those funds have kind of broad purposes that are not just kind of, I guess, what I would consider resilience per se, but the seed fund can be used for, you know, lobster research, hatcheries, purchasing and releasing female lobsters, which was typically done with when lobsters seed out in pounds, but has also been done by purchasing and releasing lobsters. So there is a dedicated account that can be used for that purpose. That fund has been supporting some of the lobster monitoring programs, the basic lobster monitoring programs that the department conducts. At this point in time, those funds are accruing because we are currently spending roughly half of what the seed fund takes in for those monitoring programs. That amount is decreasing because it's based on licenses, and as you've heard, licenses are declining. Right now, the annual revenues are, I would say, just under $100,000. And again, roughly half of that is being currently used for monitoring programs. So there's a little bit of a surplus that has been building up. That is an allowable, the types of things that we've talked briefly about this afternoon are an allowable activity for that fund. Does that help?
Yes, I think that does help. So there is a dedicated set of monies that can be used for resiliency. Rep. Simmons.
Now, if we decided to do a buyback from females and notch them and stuff like that for resiliency, what would that cost? I mean, are you talking, it's going to be more than $50,000. I mean, you're not going to make a dent in resiliency with $50,000, or you're talking $500,000, something to make an effect.
I think I'm going to let the commissioner jump into that, but I think part of the challenge is knowing the efficacy of that type of a program. So I don't think we wouldn't have right now a figure to say, if you spent X amount, we feel confident that would bolster lobster resilience, but I will let the commissioner, who is a lobster scientist, by the way, speak.
So yeah, go ahead and follow up.
I guess my follow-up is, you've had this in place already to buy back females, I believe, and release them, correct?
We have had the authority to do that.
You just never have done it.
We have done it in, I would say the last time it was done was probably like around 2010-ish is what I recall.
So it's been quite a while then, so.
And what we were doing at that time was we were taking the revenues into the seed fund, roughly dividing them by 7, going to each lobster zone council and saying, do you want to use these funds to purchase and release female lobsters? Different zone councils were making different choices.
Well, that's, you have a plan in place. That's where I'm
Well,
trying to get at. You have a plan in place.
We have a process that we have used in the past, but I do want to say that, again, when you take that money, divide it by 7, it was at most $10,000 and sometimes $5,000. So that's the scale of the purchase and release that we were doing. Marine Patrol is who was conducting those purchase and release programs. They can do that at that level. I mean, I think $500,000 is a completely different project than a $5,000 per zone project.
Okay, go ahead.
So I guess what I'm trying to get at is, you don't really have a number that you could come to that would potentially make an impact, because you haven't had the funds to actually do that.
As an example, Carl Wilson, Commissioner, Department of Marine Resources. As an example, the gauge increase that was repealed, and the proposal rule that was pulled off last year would have protected about 10% of the annual catch from harvest. If you were to easy math of 50-50 sex ratio, male, female, you're talking about 5%. That number would be somewhere in the millions of lobsters, right? If you're talking a $500,000 purchase from a dealer, notch and release, then you'd be talking 100,000 lobsters. And so I think it's just a scaling issue. To specifically your question is, if we do this, then the population will do that. And that direct line of evidence is not available at this point.
So my follow-up, I think, goes without, and I'll call on you in a sec, Rep. Strout. So what is the most scientifically efficacious method of increasing the lobster population that is at our disposal?
I think if you go from the ASMFC lobster stock assessments, and when Addendum 27 to the SMSC plan, which looked at patterns of abundance and those changes, and they were starting to go below levels that were concerning to the assessment. And so that triggered the conversations around taking preemptive action to try to stem the tide. At that point, the recommendations coming from ASMC was around a gauge increase as a way to increase the spawning stock biomass and in an attempt, and there were some issues with this, but in an attempt to level the playing field for all participants that were fishing on that resource. So if I caught a lobster and it was too small and I threw it back, then somebody else isn't going to catch it. So the most direct way to help the population is leave lobsters on the bottom that normally would be caught. There are large environmental factors going on as well, and that is why the A to B to C is not known. So when we talk about resilience, it's about providing buffers and the best opportunity for the population.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And Rep Strout is next, and then I see you, Rep Thorne and Rep Eaton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So does the seed fund, could it go to hatcheries? Or is it just like, so that can go? So I don't know the timeline. A while ago, there were hatcheries. Then those little lobsters were released. And then in the timeline, there was a lot of lobsters caught. And then we stopped hatcheries. Now we don't release, and now there's a decline. Being not the scientist that I am, would hatcheries, in fact, be able to help?
So first question, funds from the seed fund have gone to hatcheries in the past. They have been demonstrated to, in the short term, you release lobsters on a piece of gravel bottom or cobble bottom, and you can go back in a day or a week and you can find many of those lobsters back. There's a loss, there's almost an immediate loss. The last part of your question was, does that enhance the population? It doesn't hurt it, but the scale of the enhancement would be very local at best. In that your scale of the hatchery would have to be orders of magnitude larger than they have been in the past.
Okay. Rep Thorne, I believe you had a question, and then Rep Eaton.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And then hopefully we'll get out of this rabbit hole. But of the population of lobster, what's our estimated catch percentage? Like of the population of the lobster in our territory?
Yeah, so the most direct evidence of that is what we call exploitation. And this is generally a catch divided by population. And that gives you your percentage of catch. And that in the last stock assessment, I want to say that it was between 40 and 50% of the reference population, not every single lobster, but the reference size versus the catch. 40% of the population.
Okay, but of a certain percentage of that is released back into the ocean, correct?
Correct. Or
Smalls or
is too small. Yeah.
right. And then there's a certain regeneration as well that are
correct
eggs and out to their nursery and before they come back and all that. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The exploitation rate doesn't repeat.
Rep Eaton, is your question to the commissioner or no? Okay.
One more.
You have, yeah, so I'm just going to look for a few more questions if there are that many for the commissioner or Ms. Gilbert. Yes, Rep Hepler.
Thank you, Senator Hepler. I love saying that.
Hepler.
So one of the things we've heard, right, is like, can you balance the dealer harvester price, dues, I guess. And what I thought I'd heard a couple of weeks ago was to have a net zero increase of dues paid, but sort of rebalance that. Now I'm hearing keep the harvesters the same and increase the dealer. So I realize I may have asked you to do different numbers than what we're hearing. So can you offer any?
I can try.
Try.
Back of the envelope
Exactly, yes.
calculations.
I will use the phrase back of the envelope multiple times, but I do want to just give a little bit of context because when the collaborative was created, this fee structure was, I think, probably the thing that the committee at the time spent the most time on because it was really challenging to figure out how to apportion that cost to the different participants in the industry, particularly because, you know, there's just such a diversity in both the harvester sector in terms of, you know, the level of fishing activity that people have, and on the dealer side, you know, very small dealers up to much larger dealers. And we didn't really have a good metric that we could easily collect as part of our licensing information to like apportion those costs. So on the harvester side, the kind of proxy that was used to be like, are you a little harvester, a medium harvester, or a big harvester, was the class 1, 2, or 3 license, like which class license do you purchase? So the harvester fee scales up with the class license. And then on the dealer side, we really struggled and we looked at lots of different scenarios, very complicated scenarios, but what we ended up with was the number of supplemental licenses that a dealer buys. So a dealer might buy, you know, their base license on their facility, and then some dealers might have another facility and some dealers might have 2 trucks. So every additional facility or vehicle that you have, you need a supplemental license for it. So on the dealer side, we kind of created different bins of like above a certain number of supplementals, you pay a little bit more and that maxes out. So the fundamental math is that there are way more harvesters than dealers. So on the harvester side of the ledger, the minimum that a harvester would pay is $160. And I'm sorry, I gave you the fees in the statute. So I just want to have them in front of me while did I give it to you?
Yeah, it's
160. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yes. So in section 11, lobster surcharge assessed. So it's 165 on a class 1 license for folks, you know, above 18 and under 69. For class 2, it is 330, and then class 3, it's 480. And then when you get to the dealers, that bottom level dealer with no supplementals is 1,200, and then it's, if you have up to 2 supplementals, it's 1,800, 3 to 5, 2,400, and 6 or more, it's 3,000. So originally, I was thinking that the conversation was kind of like, is there a way to balance it out? So harvesters paying half and dealers are paying half. And because of the different sizes of the populations, you have to put a very significant increase onto each dealer tier to get a relatively modest decrease on the harvester side. So I was, again, thinking that if the goal was 50-50, bringing the dealers up would mean that that smallest level dealer would go from $1,200 to about $2,000. And the smallest harvester would then be able to drop from 160 to 130. So you're saving $30 for that class 1 harvester and you're increasing that dealer by $800. At the time when these were, again, originally being established, there was a lot of concern that if you put too significant of a fee on the dealers, you have this perverse outcome of driving dealers out of business, which is not something that you would typically expect that a harvester would want if they want to have competition in the marketplace. So there was kind of a delicate balance there. I think the most recent proposal was that if a return on investment study is going to cost $300,000, the dealer population is the population that should provide those funds. So it's not going to take away from anything else that anybody's doing. Just very rough math with 400 roughly dealers. If everybody had to chip in the same amount, regardless of size, that's like another $750 for a dealer surcharge to pay for that study. So.
750.
Per,
700
yeah, like
per
again, if
dealer,
you didn't try
roughly.
to,
Okay.
if you didn't try to scale it to different size dealer operations.
A quick follow-up question to that. How many dealers have we lost in the last few years? What's the difference between the last dealer license count and the current dealer license count, or 2 or 3 years ago?
Yeah, I don't have those exact numbers with me. We could certainly provide them. I know that it has been declining, but I couldn't give you exactly the numbers. I don't know if Mary Ann has that or not, based on the revenues, do you know? No, okay.
No, I think I took a look, but it had gone down like 40, but I don't know
What years? Okay. Yeah, we
Okay.
can definitely provide that. It's been a
Okay.
downward trend.
Great. Yes, Representative Farren, is your question for the commissioner? Okay, great. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a numbers guy, and when you're talking about buying the females back, and you're talking like $10,000, yeah, for that, what you've been able to do in the past in 2010, whatever. Are you buying back 3-pound lobsters or 1.5 pound lobsters? Is there a difference of, because you get twice as many? Does that give you more bang for the buck, or the three pounders are giving you more? Because you're only talking 10,000. If you're buying back 3-pound lobsters at maybe $20, you're only talking 500 lobsters in each zone.
I
You'd
think,
get 1,000 lobsters if you're buying back 1.25 pound, 1.5 pound lobsters. I'm just throwing that out there.
yeah, my limited memory of this, was that attempts were made to buy the highest quality lobsters to put back. So they wanted to try to target the spring of the year hard shell lobsters that would likely, egg out within the same time. My recollection is also that didn't happen all the time because the timing was difficult. But I believe that was the intent, and certainly zones tried to do that.
So you believe it's the bigger lobster that?
Oh, yes.
Or
So
the smaller?
it's a exponential function of what egg with body size. So
Right.
the larger lobsters produce a lot more eggs. So if
The
you
wider tail. and
yeah,
the whole-
yeah, you can, it's a fecundity calculation that can be made pretty easily to answer that. Do I have that on top of my head? No.
No.
But I just want to be clear, we were putting out to bid in a zone that the department wants to buy female lobsters for release. We have this amount of money. Dealers would bid to provide those lobsters. We could have specified, we're only interested in lobsters over 3 pounds or whatever it would be, but at the time, we weren't doing that. We were just putting out to bid, we want to buy $10,000 worth of lobsters.
Sorry.
I know, actually. I have a-
Okay, Rep. Hepler.
You finished swallowing. So currently, and I didn't look carefully through the whole statute, roughly right now, in terms of the dues that are paid, is it roughly 50-50, Harvey? Okay, so,
Yeah, I think it's 70-30.
okay, all right.
All right, any further questions for the department? Seeing none, we appreciate your testimony. I think I have a question for Mary Ann. I'd like to ask about the timelines. We've talked about the various timelines, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, and what happens in that period of time.
She's here till 2:30.
Oh, right, okay, well,
We'll start.
let's do this and then we'll do that, thanks.
Me or Emily?
I think you, and then we'll go to Emily.
This is next. Yeah, I hope so. Yeah.
Hi, so the question is, can you talk about some of the scenarios we've heard about, like what happens if you only get renewed for a year? What happens if you get renewed for 2 years or 3 years, let's say?
Sure. Mary Ann LaCroix, Executive Director of Maine Lobster Marketing Collaborative. And there's been a lot of discussion about some different things people would like to see. In the next year or so, I think it will be probably up to the new board members to make some decisions on some of these things. But one was a return on investment study. Another is issuing an RFP to look at the agency partner that we work with. I think they're both good ideas. I don't anticipate issuing an RFP for an organization that only has a 1-year timeline, because agencies really probably wouldn't want to put in the effort to pitch the business if it's only an organization that's around for 1 year. Honestly, I think it doesn't really make a lot of sense. The timing, it takes a few months to do a RFP. It takes a few months to do a strategy, develop a new strategy. The return on investment isn't something that we've done before, and that really depends on when someone is available to do, when one of the economists that do this type of thing are available to manage that process for us.
Any other questions about the timelines from the committee?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Clearly can't multitask. That side. So when you hire agency, whatever, is it like, you said they're not interested in doing it for a year, but when you hire somebody, it would be like, is it typically 2 years, 3 years? I mean, what's been your experience with that?
Well, we've had this, we've done a RFP twice since the collaborative's been started, and we ended up with the same agency both times. But our contract is sort of we can cancel at any time. I think it's 30 or 60 days notice, something like that. So it's not that it's a contract for a year. I just think, it's expensive for agencies to pitch business, and for an organization that is only in place for a year, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
But is there an expectation that they would be doing this for 3 years, 5 years?
Yeah, 3 to 5 years is
Okay.
generally normal time for review.
Okay, and then one more, really. So on the return on investment, right, you heard a lot of that discussion at this meeting and the previous one. What's the time frame and a cost for that? Is that something that I think more longer term than, say, a strategic plan?
Right. The cost is about 200 to 300,000
Okay.
From other organizations that have done it. The timing, we haven't done it before, so I haven't been through the process. And there's a couple factors. One is that we would need to hire an economist that does this type of work to do it. So we would need to know, I don't know if they're available immediately to do it, or if they're booked out for a certain amount of time. The other factor is whether we have enough data right now to do this kind of study. So there's different organizations. Some do surveys and things like that to help with their data. If we're working with what we have, existing, then I think that would move the process along.
And then I guess one more.
Yes.
So maybe one more, maybe. And tell me again about your board. You presented, and the fact that all their terms are up at one time. Is that something you've thought about? Like, maybe we ought to stagger some of those, and do we have to change the statute to do that, or do you have the authority? What do you think about that idea?
Yes, I think that would make sense for this board, especially with this new group coming in. So they weren't staggered initially. So we had 11 board members, 2 are ex officio, so they're, there, but the other 9 were appointed for 2-3-year terms that are ending this spring. 2 people during that period were replaced for different reasons. So those are those 2 in the ex officio are staying on. The other 7 are coming in new. So I think it would make sense at this point to stagger terms for the incoming group.
Yeah. And they're made up of also dealers?
Oh, yes. So, yeah,
harvesters,
4 fishermen representatives, 3 dealer processor representatives, and 2 public members. And then the 2 commissioners or the designees.
2 commissioners.
DECD and DMR.
Okay, right.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. LaCroix of the Marketing Collaborative? Seeing none, thank you again for helping us with our work.
Thank you.
Also, thanks for the
the information that you provided, the audit and the budget and all
Yeah.
that. Yes, that's great. I wanted to ask.
Okay, so, is there any further discussion on this bill? Because we're sort of hanging in the air. Yes, Rep. Eaton.
I would like to invite Emily Lane in,
Yes.
who's on or was on Zoom.
Okay. Great. She still will be around for half an hour, so let's have her on and
Perfect.
ask her some questions.
I am in.
Welcome, Ms. Lane. Thank you for being here.
Thank
Rep. Eaton, do you want to lead off with a question?
Sure, I'd love to. Thank you so much, Emily, for being here and sticking it out, waiting until we could invite you in. At our last conversation, we talked a lot about seafood marketing as a whole, as opposed to just lobster. And I understand that you have been working on the Maine Seafood Promotion Council. I may have gotten that acronym wrong, but I wondered if you could talk about what that council is, how it has been designed, and what its goals are going forward.
Sure, be happy to. Emily Lane, co-chair of the Maine Seafood Promotional Council. Just to sort of preface my remarks, we are still in very early days of development, and we certainly are not looking to supersede the Maine Lobster Marketing Collaborative, but to enhance it, and that we don't feel that, we feel that we can do collaborative work across the board in terms of both lobster and seafood. Just to give you a little background, in 2022, Sea Maine Roadmap for the Future of Maine's Seafood Economy identified the concept of a Maine Seafood Promotional Council as a crucial recommendation to showcase Maine's iconic seafood offerings. In 2023, the Seafood for Maine initiative was launched by DMR, driving awareness, brand establishment, recipe content, paid and earned media campaigns, and the development of a digital toolkit and resource guide. In 2024, Focus Maine awarded a domestic trade grant from the Maine Department of Economic and Community Development to support the pilot of a Maine Seafood Promotional Council, and that was for over a 2-year period, to create a standalone council and execute projects to advance market development of Maine seafood regionally and nationally. I believe the budget was $250,000. So the first year, 2024, was the establishment of a Seafood Promotional Council advisory team. And that team kicked off meetings in June of 2024. It included representation of all fisheries and partners across Maine's economic development sector. So we had both wild and farm caught product as well as lobster. We discussed the membership makeup and the role of the council. We spent 3 months discussing what our mission was. And the Department of Marine Resources transferred its assets, its website and logo to the Seafood Promotional Council. We, to my former comment, defined the seafood for Maine. We also had an event, a chef outreach ambassador event showcasing Maine seafood, from oysters to eels to tuna. Mr. Tuna, Jordan Rubin, also participated in that event. And in late in 2024, we adopted bylaws and governance, developed our mission and guiding values, and appointed co-chairs. The other co-chair is Toke Braun. The makeup of the group includes the 2 co-chairs, association members, fishermen harvesters, processors, a DMR liaison, wholesaler and distributor representatives, a one or two retailer representatives, and several members of the public at large who have experience in marketing and promotion. We're very much focused on marketing and promotion. The current membership includes myself and Togue, as I said, as co-chairs. Jeff Nichols is the DMR liaison. The wholesaler distributor representatives are Kwong Noong from Fisherman's Net and Mike Alfiero from Harbor Fish. The fishermen harvesters include Tyler Niven from Mere Point Oyster Company and Kurt Brown from Bold Coast Seafood. Processors are Irana Moon from Bristol Seafood, Steve Headland from Cook Aquaculture, and Kelly Tinkler from Glidden Point Oyster Company. Associations include MAA with Sebastian Bell, Ben Martens with MCFA, and Marianne with the Maine Lobster Marketing Collaborative. Lastly, we have two members at large, Brian Perkins, who's been in the seafood world for many years, and Lisa Scully as well. We also, in 2005, appointed members of the association. We developed working groups, much the way they do with ASME. ASME has up to 100 representatives of the fishing world in Alaska. They could be processors, they could be fishermen, or they could be just members at large who have some affiliation with selling or marketing products. So we have working groups for funding opportunities, event planning and assessment, and marketing and promotion. We also did a number of promotional activities. We participated in the Fisherman's Forum, Maine Seafood Reception at the Seafood Expo North America, where last year we were able to use limited funds, some of our funds, to help with that promotion, and that has really built out over the last 3 years. Attended originally by about 90 people, now we're up to almost 300. Focuses on bringing in B2B representatives from the retail, wholesale, food service world. We also participated in the 31st Annual Chef Culinary Conference at UMass Amherst and developed some collateral. We hired Opus Consulting to develop a survey targeting the industry and chefs to measure the impact of promotional activities and identified opportunities for increased impact and awareness to get a baseline from producers and engagement with seafood from Maine. We also wanted to gauge what the support was, and there was overwhelming support for some kind of industry financial support for the organization, anywhere from $100 to $300 from licensing, much the same as the lobster, Maine Lobster Marketing Collaborative. We also collaborated with Rhode Island Seafood Marketing in discussing a possibility of marketing New England seafood, and that's something that's sort of an ongoing discussion, nothing cast in stone, but that we would be participants in that as well. We applied for a USDA local food promotion program application for $100,000 to support marketing plan development, implementation, and evaluation. We are still waiting to hear the results of that awarding. That was supposed to have been back in November. Right now, we are really operating on very limited funds. For the last 2 years, we met monthly. This year, because of our limited funding, we're meeting quarterly and reporting back to the membership in terms of any funding opportunities, always looking for funding. We also we had funds available to put an RFP for a consultant or firm to lead the development of a comprehensive marketing strategy to promote Maine seafood. We felt that we cannot go out and ask for money if we don't have a focus. So we hired Ethos, and Ethos has done a landscape assessment, has engaged with stakeholders in terms of what needs they see for marketing, and coming up with a framework of a marketing development strategy. So that's where we are right now.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Ms. Lane. Does anybody else have a question for Ms. Lane regarding the seafood marketing? I don't remember what associate
Promotional council.
promotional council.
Council. That's right.
Thank
We have so many acronyms going around that it's a little difficult.
Yes, and Rep. Simmons, go ahead.
Since it's part of the department, is that where you get your funding from, and what is your budget?
No, we don't get our funding from the department.
So it's an outside source?
Outside, right now, it was formed by, it's been administered by Focus Maine.
Okay. But the department is part of it? Is that
No,
what I understand? No?
no,
Okay.
it's not part of it. The DMR gave their assets to us. They have a representation on the board, but the department does not run this. This is an independent group that was, they say in the inception, was through an initiative of Sea Maine.
Thank you. Yes, Rep. Simmons.
And the reason why I say that is because I was thinking about if this was part of the department, is a potential for a surcharge on any license of $5, $10 to go towards this. But if it's not part of the department and stuff
This
like
was
that, it's not feasible for us to put a surcharge on a claiming license for $10 to go to this to promote clams.
Mhm.
So that's why I asked the question.
No, this was funded by Focus Maine. They were awarded a domestic trade grant from the Department of Economic and Community Development.
And Focus Maine, Ms. Lane, is that a non-governmental organization, or is it a part of the DECD?
It's within DECD.
It is within DECD. Okay, so this is coming from the economic development perspective and not so much the marine resource perspective.
They got a domestic trade grant to pilot
Okay.
this council.
Thank you. Thank you. Other questions from the committee for Ms. Lane? Seeing none, thank you. We appreciate all you're doing and didn't know. So thank you for being here.
Well, happy to answer any questions or to forward you my slide deck if you would find that to be helpful.
Do committee members want her slide deck?
Sure.
Sure. Yes, if you can send that to our clerk, Ms. Eliana Becca, we can, she can distribute it to the committee. Thank you, Ms. Lane.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to educate the committee.
Marine resources, there you go.
There you go.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Yes, Rep. Hepler.
So I'm willing to offer a motion to reauthorize, and then I'll talk a little bit about to reauthorize the collaborative for 3 years, including staggered terms. And I think those were the two major things. And if I get a second, I'll explain more about it. Yeah, go ahead.
Second.
So I heard, now we've all heard like 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, heard a lot of testimony from a variety of folks, including a lot of fishermen, lots of conversations about some of the shortcomings and some of the challenges of the lobster industry. And so I feel like 3 years is a good compromise. There's, like I said, we heard that there's issues with resilience, which I think is a different pool of money and also a different goal from the marketing collaborative. I think there should be a both and so anyway, I just think 3 years is a good compromise.
Rep Strout and then Senator Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So 3 years is really 4,
Gonna say.
right? So I think, I think 1 is too short. I think 2 gives, which is really 3, gives the board time to come in. An RFP can go out. It's been the same person that bids for both times. So there could be something that says with the option to renew or extend, however they write those RFPs. But I think that gives more of the voice of the concern. I went to Zone A and I also went to the Lobster Advisory Council meeting. And the concern there was if we don't put a timeline on it, it keeps extending. And things don't keep getting, it keeps pushing it out and pushing it out. And then you're in year 3, which is close to 4, and then you're like rushing to get all of this stuff done. So I am in favor of the 2-year extension. And then that gives the new board time to come in. They can do the survey. They can figure out with all this blue economy stuff that's also coming through and these initiatives. It narrows it down to more of an effective. Could be infective. I feel like I'm infected with something. Anyway, so I would favor the 2.
I have a question about that, and that is, where is the legislature at the 2-year mark? Because I think that's a very important consideration.
She did address it.
So
Oh.
I'm gonna let somebody answer my question. Yes,
Being on mic, but I can say whatever. Because Allison, you have your mic on.
mic.
Oh.
okay, so
Well,
we have Ms. Gilbert and yes.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to try to address this. Deirdre Gilbert, Department of Marine Resources, because this was also talked about at industry meetings. And I do want to be really clear that, so right now, there's another year left in the collaborative. It goes through the end of 2026. So a 2-year reauthorization means that 2 years from now, you'll have to decide whether or not to continue it. People keep kind of saying 2 years is really 3 years, but that 3rd year, like it'll go away no matter what happens during that 3rd year. Yeah, because you'd have to make that decision now. You see what I'm saying?
So the 3rd year so if we have till the end of this year and then the end of next year, we'd have to make the decision in the 2nd regular session of
Like we're doing right now.
like, but that decision wouldn't apply until actually 2028.
Well, if I could just take a step back and try to say, if your goal is to have 3 years of information in order to be able to decide whether or not to continue it, then you need a 3-year reauthorization. Because if you do a 2-year reauthorization, you have to decide in the winter of the year that it goes away. So you only have 2 years of information, even though there's a year remaining on the length of the collaborative.
Senator Moore, did you?
I was gonna
Okay.
agree with Representative Strout.
Rep Strout.
Okay, so I need to break. So we're in 2026.
Right, and you're deciding right now
For the
how
next
long
5
to
years.
continue, how long to continue it.
Starting in.
But this will be filled, like continuing right now through this year,
Through
right?
the end
Like,
of 2026, right?
so if we add 2 more years, that expires in 28.
Right.
If we had the opportunity to make a bill in January, like a report back, and then you could still put a committee bill through in 28 that could extend it.
Right, but what I'm saying is that will be 2 years from right now. So
Right.
you'll be making that decision with 2 years of information, not 3 years of information.
Right.
And I think that's the question, is whether is 2 years of information going to be sufficient to have a different, a different outcome in terms of people's thought process about whether or not to continue it? In terms of having a new board,
Right.
establishing a new firm,
Mhm.
implementing new strategy, all of that work, will you have the outcome of that to be able to inform whether or not you're going to continue it?
I mean, I guess that's as hard as the board wants to work, right? Like I don't,
Well, I think
and
there
it's
are-
still going to be funded through 28.
But
So
it'll
even-
just go away at the end of that year,
Unless we
regardless of
have
how
a
much.
bill that says that we're going to extend it for 4 years or 2 more years or 1 month.
Right, and my only point is that, again, everybody keeps saying, well, a 2-year extension is really 3 years, but it's still only 2 years of time in order to collect information to decide what to do next. It's not 3 years of experience.
No, I understand. Go ahead.
No, it's just, so, yeah, I spent a good chunk of the weekend looking on my, drawing out little pictures. So a 2-year extension ends December 2028. So it's not really a 3-year extension. It's a 2-year from 2026 to 2028.
End of 2028.
And a 3-year ends in December 2029.
Correct.
So we would have to have, if in a 3-year, we would have a bill, well, not me, but, just rubbing that in, yeah. Yeah, I know. We'd have a bill in December of 2029, or January 2029.
Yes, you'll
based
always
on-
be kind of having this conversation at the beginning of the year where the collaborative,
Because, yeah, because we don't want it to end.
Correct. You
And
need
so-
to stop it before it ends
Right.
if you want to continue it.
Right.
Other comments or questions on the motion on the floor? Yes, Rep. Simmons.
I guess the only reason why I agree with Representative Stroud is we keep kicking the ball down the road, and I think we really need to get people motivated to do something, not just sit back and hope that it goes away. I think that's what's happening.
So motivated to do what?
To do whatever it is we need, either the ROI or whatever other programs that could potentially come out of this. So I think we just, people need to get motivated and move things along.
Okay. Okay, so.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm still confused about whether we go 2 years or 3 years. What the committee would like to see in order to make its next decision. Because it's unclear to me whether we're responding to concerns about people's the loss of income in the industry, or whether we're responding to concerns about whether marketing works for the industry. I'm not clear on that. So I'd like a little more conversation now about, with the 2 years, what it is we want to see people get off their butts to do. If that's what we want. Yes. Rep. Moore, Senator Moore, sorry.
She's all over the place.
At least I didn't call you Billy Bob Thornton.
Thank you. Well, I guess, and this is what I'm understanding from listening to the fishermen. Yeah, they really would like to have more input on how the dollars are being spent. This is the first time I've seen the budget to even know what the collaborative has to begin to spend the money. So I think what I'm hearing is they want to have more input on how the dollars are spent. And then they want you to allow for the survey to make sure that the money's being spent the way they want it to be spent, that they're really getting the marketing. I couple it with the wild blueberry industry because that's the same way we were doing, making sure that we are marketing, Maine wild blueberries, just like we're marketing Maine lobster. So I think that's what I'm hearing from the fishermen. That's why the 2 years seem to be reasonable for me, because this would give us time to get that input going and then take back a look at it. And then if we need to put in a bill at that point in time to extend it, we could.
So when would a bill go? So when would a bill go in under 2 years?
It would be in 2028, the beginning of January, February timeframe of 2028. Yeah, 2 years from now, exactly.
Okay, and
Because we'd be
by,
looking at it. at
by that time, we would have had feedback from fishermen about,
Yeah.
or we'd have feedback from Ms. LaCroix about how to include fishermen more in decision making.
The whole, from the lobster councils, from the, the different
Mm-hmm.
councils, the
I guess my question that goes with this then is, fishermen are experts about fishing and how to get lobsters out of the water. Marketing is a different profession. Are we looking to marketers to tell us how to market something, or are we looking to fishermen to tell us how to market something?
this has just been a comment off the cuff, but I think the lobstermen are pretty good about marketing themselves as it is. I mean, I think they know what works, they know what they need, and that's why I feel that way.
Reasonable. Yes, Rep. Strap.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think also, I mean, we just heard a presentation for somebody else that's marketing seafood that I didn't even know, again, existed, right? So I think we have all of these other things coming together. And I think that that timeline, I mean, people should reach out, like the Lobster Marketing Collaborative should reach out to this other group maybe and say, hey, let's do this together. Let's share resources. Who's your, like, I just think there's a lot happening right now with movement that the sooner that the fisherman surveys can come in. I mean, you have the Jacob Knowles. We have social media now, and he has over 1 million followers, right? So he's marketing lobster. He's like, we have all of this going. So like having this decided in a shorter amount of time for me makes more sense for investment in the longer period.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes,
Yeah.
Rep. Hepler.
And I don't know if this is a Carl or Deirdre question, but one of the things that came up when I was thinking about this, which we'll talk about in the whale rules bill, is what impact does this timeline have on like showing the feds that we are paying attention? Does it have any impact on the whales and the whale rules, the take reduction thing? And do we need to be showing something more long-term resilience or marketing or whatever? Yeah.
We're confused by that, but
I
well,
think there's showing some imagination. Yes. thank
So
you.
from my understanding, when whales were very much a hot topic, the marketing collaborative was instrumental in kind of getting the word out and providing information to the public of what the industry was doing and how we were responding. I would say that in 2028 is also likely going to be another very interesting year for whales and whale conversations, and will also be
Presidential.
coming up for the next stock assessment will be in line, and we'll also be reflecting on a resource that has been declining from peaks for the last 6 years. So there could be a lot of pressures, even more pressures on the fishery and the resource than there are today.
No, I mean, kind of follow.
Yes.
Because I guess that was what I remember the collaborative doing really well, right? And being able to sort of make sure that it was a different, or sort of reduce the attention on the conversation around whales and take reduction and all that stuff, and the stuff with the conservation organizations. And so that's, I guess, the timing of all of those things just gives me some pause for, just like you said, we want to, when it's declining, it's even more important to, maybe this is more a comment than a question, but to me, it's even more important to sort of be putting out the marketing part and in a innovative and adaptable way. So, I don't know if that's not really a question, but I'm agreeing
Well,
with you.
I would
think,
just say
yeah.
if we find ourselves in a difficult situation from a public perception perspective, whether it be from a resource or from a whale or whatever it is, and we do not have, if the marketing collaborative has shifted, they've moved, they've been instructed to do different studies, to do different surveys, and their eye isn't on a marketing messaging
Mhm.
for the industry, then that's a risk.
Okay. Rep Stroud?
Thanks.
Mhm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that was something that was taken away from the meetings, is it was nice to have that one voice come through with education. But at that same time, we also moved some of those funds into the legal fees. And we were able to still talk and share all of that information of what the fishermen do when we had moved, I think, $500,000 out of the marketing thing to go help with legal fees. And I would just remind, I hope that that stuff, all of that information and hard work doesn't just disappear if we extend this for only 2 years, right? They're still going to have all the material that they've had and they can use and share and grow. Granted, it's not maybe the great new AI or whatever we're doing, but again, I don't want the collaborative to go away. I think it's a great resource. I think they do a great job with it. I just think that right now there's a lot going on and the fishermen want to have a voice sooner. And I think that doing it for 2 years allows that to happen.
I want to say very clearly that I respect our fishermen. I believe that they work really hard at conservation. I believe that they understand the resource a great deal. And I also just want to point out to the committee that the majority of the organizations representing fishermen who were here on the 5th spoke in favor of renewing the collaborative for 5 years. So what's on the table now is 3 years. And that's just my personal feeling about it. Are there any more comments on the motion on the floor? Okay, the motion on the floor as, yes, Rep. Farren.
I agree with Rep Simmons and Rep Sprout on the 2-year. I think I'll go in with that. And then I think we should bring Rep Hepler back as an expert witness.
You can see where this is going.
I think bringing Rep. Hepler back all the time is a good idea myself, but
Consulting.
yes. All right, so what's on the floor right now is a 3-year extension of the Lobster Marketing Collaborative, the Maine Lobster Marketing Collaborative, along with some sort of rulemaking around staggered terms for the board. That is what is currently on the floor. So I believe we should call Ms. Becca and ask her to take the roll.
We'll just vote on it. Okay. Yeah.
I have the motion to pass as amended, made by Rep. Hepler and second by Rep. Riley. Senator Tepler?
Yes.
Senator Tepler, yes. Rep. Hepler?
Yes.
Rep. Hepler, yes. Rep. Farren?
Nay.
Rep. Farren, no. Rep. Wood?
Yay.
Rep. Wood, yes. Rep. Simmons?
No.
Rep. Simmons, no. Rep. Eaton?
No.
Rep. Eaton, no. Senator Moore?
No.
Senator Moore, no. Rep. Thorne?
Nay.
Rep. Thorne, no. Rep. Stroud?
No.
Rep. Stroud, no. Rep. Riley?
Yes.
Rep. Riley, yes. Rep. Gifford?
No.
Rep. Gifford, no. 7 in the negative and 4 in the positive.
Can you repeat that for me, please, Ms. Beck?
7 in the negative and 4 in the positive.
Okay,
The
and
minority report.
the minority report is?
You want me to?
The motion fails.
Motion
The motion fails.
Okay, the motion fails. So do we want then to put another motion on the floor? Yes, go ahead, Rep. Thorne.
I would make a motion ought to pass as amended with a 2-year extension.
And do you want the staggered board terms? So-
Yes. It should be the same.
Yeah, and the option to have a bill.
Keep it up,
And an option to.
yeah. With an option to add a bill.
Okay, the motion on the floor is a 2-year extension of the marketing collaborative with an option for this committee to report out a committee bill. And at the end of, no, I'm sorry, in the second regular session of the 133rd legislature. And the creation of staggered board terms by rulemaking by the department, I believe, or by the Lobster Marketing Collaborative.
Doesn't need to be a rulemaking, it can be on this.
Okay, yes. So whatever statutory language we need to create
There you go.
staggered
Make the magic
terms
happen.
for the board. Yes, I believe that there is actually standard staggered
There
term
is.
law.
There
Yeah,
is, yeah.
okay.
So do we have
All
to
right,
vote on
so
that,
we
or-
need to vote on that. Yes, because it's another, do we have a second on
Yeah,
that?
Abby.
Okay, Abden seconded. Okay, so motion by Rep. Thorne, second by Rep. Simmons.
So I have two motions on the floor. The first one,
No, we have one motion on the floor now. The first motion failed.
okay,
So we have another motion on the floor. Instead of just a minority report, decided we would accept a second motion. And the second motion is, well,
Yeah, because it failed.
Yeah,
There's no
I-
minority
yeah.
report.
Yeah, the motion on the floor is Representative Thorns.
yes, all right.
I'll just pass it on.
The motion on the floor is ought to pass this amended with a 2-year extension of the Lobster Marketing Collaborative and a language for staggered terms and a option for a committee bill. Okay,
and that was second by Rep. Simmons.
yes,
So Senator Tepler,
yes.
Senator Tepler, yes. Rep. Hepler,
Yeah, this was,
Back to me?
again.
Okay.
Rep. Farren,
thanks for letting me.
Yay.
Rep. Farren, yes. Rep. Wood,
Yes.
Rep. Wood, yes. Rep. Simmons,
Yes.
Rep. Simmons, yes. Rep. Eaton,
Yes.
Rep. Eaton, yes. Senator Moore,
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Rep. Thorne,
Yay.
Rep. Thorne, yes. Rep. Strout,
Yes.
Rep. Strout, yes. Rep. Riley,
I guess I'll go yes.
Rep. Riley, yes. Rep. Gifford,
Yes.
Rep. Gifford, yes. Rep. Hepler,
Yes.
Rep. Hepler, yes. So that was unanimous of all those present.
Thank you very much, Ms. Becca. Sometimes you get on the train or you get run over.
That's right.
So
Good work.
I think that's just what happens. All right.
We have two people,
Then we have 2 people absent, so we'll see how they vote.
And they're gonna be confused as heck. No.
I know. So how does that work? Do they vote, they they
they'll-
vote on the prevailing, on the second
On the
motion, not the first motion?
Right.
Correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
because the first one.
Are we in,
Yeah, I guess
is our process reasonable here, Rep. Davison, or no? I mean, Rep. Davis.
No, thank you. So the
I'm
motion
sorry.
is ought to pass as amended.
Analyst Davis.
Representative Thorne made the motion. That is the language that absent members will be able to vote on. So they can either vote for that language or on not to pass.
Gotcha. Okay.
Gotcha.
That makes sense.
Great. All right,
So-
so moving on to our next bill.
Yes, please.
Yes, our next bill is 2013, which is an act to authorize the commissioner to adopt emergency rules.
I sure hope we don't spend as long on this one. Thank you.
Please proceed, Ms. Davison, not Representative Davison, but Ms. Davison.
So this is the work session for LD 2013, an act to authorize the Commissioner of Marine Resources to adopt emergency rules to protect certain marine mammals in exceptional circumstances. This is a department bill. This bill authorizes the Commissioner to adopt emergency rules under the Maine Revised Statutes, Title V, Section 8054, to limit the taking of marine organisms by method or location to protect certain marine mammals when the Commissioner determines that immediate action is necessary to mitigate circumstances posing an exceptionally high level of risk to those mammals. The bill also requires the Department to submit a report to this committee no later than December 1st, 2027, that includes information and findings and recommendations related to any uses of the emergency rulemaking authority authorized by this legislation. The public hearing was last week, February 12th. The committee heard testimony in support of the bill from Representative Hepler, the sponsor, the Department of Marine Resources, and the Maine Lobstermen's Association, and no one testified in opposition or neither for nor against. The objective of the bill is that it would allow the department to respond rapidly to protect select marine mammals when necessary. Specifically, it would protect marine mammals listed under Title 12, Section 6975, and I've included a list of those mammals on the back. So this would apply to right whales, humpback whales, finback whales, sperm whales, and sei whales. Under current law, the Commissioner may adopt rules that limit the taking of a marine organism for the purpose of protecting another marine organism. However, rules adopted under this provision are major substantive, and rules for this particular purpose are specifically prohibited from being adopted on an emergency basis. I've flagged several possible amendments. Firstly, related to the reporting requirement under Section 2 of the bill, the committee may wish to consider adding more information about what the report back should include. The committee may also wish to consider allocating the reporting requirement and making it an ongoing annual report rather than a one-time requirement, since the authority to adopt emergency rules is ongoing. And I've also included three ideas for amendments that came with the Maine Lobstermen Association's testimony. These are that the bill should specify that the authority may only be exercised in consultation with the industry prior to decisions being finalized, that the emergency authority should be reviewed and reauthorized each time a new commissioner is appointed, and that the authority should be explicitly limited to addressing protection of the North Atlantic right whale. There were several work session requests for the department. Firstly, members asked for information on ropeless gear, how many fishermen are using ropeless gear, if this is known. And members were also interested in knowing more about New Hampshire and Massachusetts and how these states approach closures and conversations between the states. And we are still waiting on fiscal information.
Thank you. Questions from the committee for, yes, go ahead, Rep. Riley, for our analyst. Question for the commissioner. Okay. Would you join us, please, Commissioner Wilson?
Yeah, that's chair.
That chair, I don't know. We're gonna have to change that one out.
You just did
There's-
that, yeah.
I've done that before. I would do that a lot. VLA's chairs, these are a lot nicer than VLA's chairs. Those chairs, you will topple right back. I know it's only been a week, but have you been able to connect with the commissioners down in New Hampshire, Massachusetts, that if we proceed forward with this, are they looking at doing something similar on their own?
So, as I understand it, Massachusetts has this ability to do that right now. New Hampshire does not. And so we would need to work with them if they wanted to pursue that.
Sorry, one follow-up. Have you had any conversations with, I don't know if it's a commissioner or what the exact title is, but with New Hampshire?
Yeah, we, as a staff, we
Yeah.
reached out. Yeah.
Okay.
I just have a comment, and that is that I think that I would not like to see this authority limited just to right whales, although MLA has requested that because I believe that it would reflect negatively on our fishermen should there be a concentration of humpbacks and there be any kind of entanglement, any other kind of endangered marine mammal that, and we don't want that. If the commissioner can help us prevent entanglement with any endangered species, I think that's really important for the reputation of our fishermen. And it could save us from federal interference in the future. Yes. Go ahead, Senator
I would
Moore.
just like to make a comment. I do like the idea of the the emergency authority should be reviewed and reauthorized each time a new commissioner is appointed. I think that would be a good opportunity. And while we know you're going to be here for a long time, but I just think it would, I know. I just think it would be, yeah, that's right. I think it would just be a good safeguard to have that.
I think that's a good call. I agree. Any other comments, questions from the committee? Rep Strout and then Rep Heffler.
Thank you,
And
Madam
then Rep
Chair.
Simmons.
So just with the other request for, the bill should specify that the authority may only be executed in consultation with the industry prior to decision being final. How much time do you have? Like, are you watching them move up the coast so you have time to go to the industry? Or is it like, oh, a whale popped up, we better get the buoys out of the water?
Well, I think there was a week or two of observations of whales off Jeffreys last winter, which is our really only, direct experience, with where we might have run through this type of scenario with. And so, we had some observations. There was actually social media posts by the New England Aquarium put out there. So there was there was a lot of different communication back and forth. I would have to, when we actually, when the Marine Patrol hosted the meeting, how long was that after the first observation of a aggregation?
This year, if they cite that this DMR is going to call the industry directly when it backdates.
As soon as we have
They
the-
updated from last year on in preparation.
Here's your answer.
To follow up, so that's a reasonable request that you would have time to check. Okay,
Yeah.
that was my one.
Yes, Rep Heffler.
Under your current emergency rulemaking authority, do you typically reach out to the industry for other?
I mean,
how does this
there's
differ from your current emergency rulemaking authority?
Well, I mean, I would say in advance of a lot of our emergency rulemaking authority, we're talking with industry for scallop closures or so there's a certain amount of messaging that goes out there before the actual emergency rulemaking authority goes out.
So when we say consultation with the industry, does that mean you send an email to every license holder? Does it mean you reach out to Patrice? I'm just curious what it means.
It could mean different things. It has been envisioned that if there was a box, drawn around an aggregation and if it's in federal waters, all the fishermen have trackers on board, so we'd be able to identify who was in the area and we could send emails, texts, or direct phone calls almost immediately.
Okay. And you would do that, and it wouldn't be, that's not so much consultation as sort of awareness.
Notifying.
Notifying.
Yeah.
So does the word consultation work, or is it more notification of the industry?
My assumption is when notification occurs, consultation will also occur. A natural fallout, whether it be specifying a meeting will occur. I don't think we've gotten that specific.
Okay, I don't want to use the word consultation and put you in a spot where you have to have a back and forth if this is in fact more an issue of notifying the industry that there's an issue.
and then consultation follows, just, yeah.
Yeah, and people can kick me in the back here, but my opinion would be is that we would want to have those consultations back
Okay,
and forth.
great.
And,
Thank you.
and,
They're all
and
shaking their
yes.
heads, yes.
Okay.
You're good.
Terrific.
You're good.
Okay, good. Yes, Rep. Simmons, you wanted to say something?
His wording is, he's a future politician. I can see it already.
What do you think a commissioner is?
The only concern I have with not just making it, right whales, has there been any humpbacks entanglement that you can think of?
Yes,
Okay, what about sea turtles?
yes.
But we're talking about mammals, aren't we? Well,
Yes.
that they're endangered.
But you said
They're-
endangered species, and that's my
Yeah.
concern
Well,
is,
state threatened
I think,
marine
I'm not sure if
species.
sea turtles are on this or not, but I do,
Yeah, they are.
they're not.
No, they're
No.
on the list that we were provided, but they are not marine mammals.
Yeah,
So it would be
yeah.
limited to marine mammals.
So-
On this list.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
But not limited to the right whale.
So it would, yeah. right.
Yeah, so humpbacks, finbacks, right whales, sperm whales. I don't know if
Yeah.
sty whales even come in this area at all. Say whales, I don't know how to pronounce that. But the turtles and the sturgeon are not mammals, so they would not make the list.
The long neck and the loggerhead.
Right, yeah.
They're not part.
They're not mammals. Yeah. Right.
Yes,
The reason why I say that is because my sister's ex-boyfriend got a front page on the Portland Press Herald one year of a turtle being wrapped in his gear, and his buoy was in it. So this was 10 years ago, 10, 15 years ago, but I was just curious. That's,
Lobster gear?
yep.
Wow.
so are you suggesting that maybe we should include, no, okay. I'm not sure emergency rulemaking would help with that.
I'll make a motion.
Oh, go ahead.
Yes.
I'll make a motion.
Yeah. I was
Go
just gonna
ahead.
yeah.
Okay. So let's just move this along here. I'm going to make a motion of ought to pass as amended on LD 2013 with the 3 amendments that we talked about to be exercised in consultation with the industry, be reauthorized each time a new commissioner is, and then addressing all endangered mammals.
Well, there's that which is currently in the statute.
Right.
Yeah, that's currently in
So
the
we don't
statute.
need.
Oh, we don't need that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
Just the first two.
Just the first 2, then that would be
All
part of
right,
the
I'll
amendment.
second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Comment, questions?
The
Anything?
commissioner has,
Just one comment on one of the amendments around the renewal at the time of a change in the commissioner. That does limit our leverage and kind of negotiation capacity with through the take reduction process. So in the case of right whales, we're trying to negotiate that we can impose by having this authority a risk reduction. And so that's something to say
so
like
that would
we
put a risk in
we've
there.
got this in our toolbox and
Okay.
we can do this. So
Okay.
if it's contingent on who is sitting in this seat, then
It's not as.
others may interpret that as, well, is Maine really going to do that? Or is it just because Carl's sitting here and somebody else?
Well, and the other problem with that is that the change could happen when we aren't in session,
Yeah.
and it would be difficult to reauthorize.
Well-
Should we set a time for reauthorization, like every 5 years, every 4 years? Thoughts about that? Yes, Rep. Strout?
Thank you. I think we need to add something because we don't know who's coming in or what the political arena is or anything else that goes along with the change of people. So I think maybe if the department has any ideas on, since they're the ones that want to make, are going up with the reduction team.
A suggestion might be to have a report back on an annual basis. And if you wanted to repeal this authority, then we could do that.
Okay, so an annual report back with the ability of the committee to create a committee bill with that report back. Does that cover it?
I'm confused.
So if we have a report back that we don't like, we can report out a bill that withdraws the authority. Does that make sense?
We don't want to weaken that. toolkit.
Does that weaken it if we?
Well, you can do that with any of our,
Okay, so we don't have to put that provision in. We can have that in our back pockets if we need it, regardless of whether it's in the bill or not. Okay, the annual report back will give us an opportunity to get to that place.
And I would amend my motion accordingly.
my apologies.
Okay, do I have is that second?
Sure.
A friendly, yes, to the, yeah, okay. All right, thank you, Commissioner. All right, I think we are ready for a vote. I'm going to try to restate the motion.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay, we are giving the commissioner the emergency rulemaking authority that the bill creates to respond rapidly to protect select marine mammals, that is endangered marine mammals under the Maine State Endangered and Threatened Species Act. And I specify that because I don't know if the federal one will last. It will also include that the authority can only be exercised in consultation with the industry before finalization, and that an annual report back
Which I think is already
to
in
the
bill.
committee will happen.
Yeah, I think that's already in. It's already in the bill.
Is it?
Yeah, so
Okay.
submit a report to the joint standing.
But
Yeah.
that is a one-time report, so if you want
Okay,
it to be
we want it
annual,
to
that
be
would need to be
annual.
statutory.
Yeah,
okay.
not just next year, but every year. Okay, does that clarify for everybody what we're doing? I agree, Mary Ann. All right. So go ahead, Ms. Becca.
I have the motion to pass as amended, made by Senator Moore and second by Rep. Hepler. Senator Tepler.
Yes.
Senator Tepler, yes. Rep. Hepler.
Yes.
Rep. Hepler, yes. Rep. Farren.
Yay.
Rep. Farren, yes. Rep. Wood.
Yay.
Rep. Wood, yes. Rep. Simmons.
Yes.
Rep. Simmons, yes. Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Rep. Thorne.
Yay.
Rep. Thorne, yes. Rep. Strout.
Yes.
Rep. Strout, yes. Rep. Riley.
Yes.
Rep. Riley, yes. Rep. Gifford.
Yes.
Rep. Gifford, yes. Unanimous of all those present.
Thank you, Ms. Becca. All right, so another work session down, and we are on to a work session on LD 2031. Morgan, I think is just going to the restroom or just going out for a call.
Thank you.
Okay, this is the work session for LD 2031, an act to offer veterans a 50% discount on the license fee for a commercial shellfish license. This bill directs the department to offer a 50% discount on the license fee to obtain a commercial shellfish license for an applicant who is a veteran of the United States Armed Forces and who is honorably discharged. The public hearing was last Thursday, February 12th. The committee heard testimony in support of the bill from the sponsor, Representative Toole. The department testified in opposition, and no neither for nor against testimony was heard at the hearing. The purpose of the bill: the sponsor's aim is to help veterans. There were discussions at the hearing around how the department would identify veterans and who would be included or eligible for this discount. The sponsor noted that his intention would be that you would need to show your DD 214 to the department to be eligible for the discount fee. As far as who is included or eligible, As drafted, the bill's language appears to be limited to veterans of the United States Armed Forces. A consideration is, does the committee wish to keep existing language or expand the scope of the definition, for example, to include those who have served in the National Guard or reserves? And for your reference, I've included an existing definition of veteran from current law. This is in Title 26, where veteran is defined to mean a person who has served on active duty in the United States Armed Forces or has served in the National Guard or any state of or the reserve of the United States Armed Forces and was discharged or released with an honorable discharge. Moving on to opponent concerns, the department noted that giving a discounted commercial license to veterans, as this bill proposes, is unprecedented, and this bill would impact money going into the Shellfish Fund. This is because the bill would reduce by 50% the fees paid by qualifying veterans under Title 12, Section 6601, subsection 5A, and this license fee goes directly into the Shellfish Fund. If members wish to offset lost revenue, language could be added to the bill to accomplish this, and I would work with a fiscal analyst to devise that language if directed to do so. I've included a drafting note, which is that currently Section 3 of the bill is a bit ambiguous. Currently, Section 3 reads, this is 5B, exception, veterans. The department shall offer a 50% discount on the applicable license fee required under subsection 5 or 5A to an applicant who is a veteran of the United States Armed Forces and who is honorably discharged. As drafted, this language could be interpreted to allow veterans to choose whether or not to accept the discount on the license fee. If the intent is to require all veterans to be given a discount, the committee may wish to consider different wording for added clarity. For example, the fee for a license under subsection 5 or 5A for an applicant who is a veteran of the United States Armed Forces and who is honorably discharged is 50% less than the fee required in subsection 5 and subsection 5A. And we are still waiting on fiscal.
Questions or comments from the committee? Yes, Senator Moore.
My last year and you get, no, I'm just kidding.
You know I don't mean it.
I know you don't, I'm just teasing you. I do appreciate Representative Toole's intent in putting this bill in. And I too support veterans tremendously. But I think what this does is it actually carves out something that, you know, we're going to start opening the door up for more and for different ones and, you know, all the different fees that went in with that. And so I would make the motion of ought not to pass on LD 2031.
Yes, Rep. Strout.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Senator Moore and second by Rep. Strout, ought not to pass. Is there any comment on the bill or questions? Yes, Rep. Thorne.
See,
I got it. You just
contagious.
sometimes have to give me a second.
I know.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too appreciate Representative Toole bringing this bill forward. I understand the concerns that the department has and the members of this committee. And I've had discussions with members of this committee, and as a retired Air Force member and running on veterans benefits and veterans affairs, I will make not support the ought not to pass. However, I do that knowing that it doesn't have the appetite here in the committee. And I'll make an additional amendment suggestion for my minority report. Thank you.
I too strongly support our veterans. And I hope that Representative Toole, if he's not termed out, and I don't remember if he is or not, he's not termed out, will do some thinking on it and bring back another kind of bill to this committee that supports our veterans' ability to have some. Senator Moore is laughing, so I'm a little confused, but okay.
No, I'm laughing at his response.
I think he can think on it a bit more and bring us back something else that will help veterans participate in various kinds of fishing, but that won't create a conflict between people in a commercial industry. So, thank you.
Wow.
And I'm not quite sure why all my members are laughing so hard, but it's a little frightening. Okay.
You're right.
Yes, Representative Strout.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too just want to appreciate Representative Toole's effort to speak for his constituent and put the bill in and look to, you know, help wherever we can for veterans and all they do. I think the laughing is because we'll probably have a new bill worked out by the time we get home tonight. But
On your white knuckle.
on my
drive?
white knuckle, not my white knuckle, on his white knuckled ride home, we'll probably have something. So, but I just wanted to acknowledge that he was looking out for his constituent and that's appropriate.
Okay, is there further comment or questions about this bill? The motion on the floor is ought not to pass, made by Senator Moore and seconded by Representative Strout.
I have the motion ought not to pass, made by Senator Moore and second by Rep. Strout. Senator Tepler.
Yes.
Senator Tepler, yes. Rep. Hepler.
Yes.
Rep. Hepler, yes. Rep. Farren.
Yay.
Rep. Farren, yes. Rep. Wood.
Yay.
Rep. Wood, yes. Rep. Simmons.
Yay.
Rep. Simmons, yes. Senator Moore.
Yes.
Senator Moore, yes. Rep. Thorne.
Nay.
Rep. Thorne, no. Rep. Strout.
Yes.
Rep. Strout, yes. Rep. Riley.
Yes.
Rep. Riley, yes. Rep. Gifford.
Yes.
Rep. Gifford, yes. 9 in the positive and 1 in the negative.
Minority report.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah, is there a minority report?
Yes,
Representative?
ought to pass with the amendment,
Sorry,
with the amendment that a 60% disability rating be added. Thank you.
We have 2 language
Yes.
reviews and there's still a
Yes.
report back if you wanted to take that up today from the department.
Okay, so that's right. We do have the other report back if we decide to take it up. Let's see how long our language reviews take and then we can decide.
Yeah, maybe
Sure.
we'll do it next week.
So we'll start with LD 1991.
Ms. Becca is passing out language for LD 1991.
Actually, while we're passing that out, wanted to remind people that Ms. Davison has full individual folders for us for the supplemental budget, and you can take it now, or she'll have them. If you do take it now, make sure you bring it next Wednesday at 2:00 for the AFA, the meeting that we have with AFA. Sorry, what day? Next Wednesday at 2:00.
Is that a scheduled public hearing? Because
Yes.
I was under
Yes.
the, okay.
Yeah.
Is there enough of DMR's portion of the budget that we
have-
should, as many of us as possible, should
Should,
go? Or is it mostly reclassifications?
407.
Hmm? Can I
Yeah.
ask the commissioner to tell us whether there's something in the budget that we need to be present to hear about?
Well, having never presented the budget myself in front of AFA, always looking for friends. But no, I don't think that there are any extraordinary asks. One is to carry over some FEMA funds that to match FEMA work that we were doing. Yeah, I don't think that there's a huge ask.
So that's the only language portion?
There's two, here's what's,
Oh,
we've
okay.
got these sections and then we've got 3 language portions. I'll be there.
If you can,
Commissioner. I'm here on Wednesdays, so
Yeah.
I'll be here.
I,
And they've only scheduled us for an hour.
if I can see your paper, I can describe them a little bit more.
Sure.
I will, thank you.
And it
I
is 1 hour. It's 2 to 3 p.m.
Oh, is it? It's okay. All right, just one.
I may not be able to be present because I will be chairing Environment and Natural Resources at that time, so,
We could also
I'll be
do,
there.
attend on
Yes.
Zoom.
We do not have session on
We do
Wednesday.
not.
yeah, there's
So-
no session on Wednesday, so
you
those
do.
of you who are going to be, who will be present in the building on Wednesday who might be able to attend? Okay, I might be able to attend, or Rep. Riley might be able to attend, depending on what's going on in Environment and Natural Resources.
And if you
Um,
can't, the same thing would work if you wanted to be on Zoom, just clear it with the presiding, with the speaker's office.
Yes, if you want
Or you
to
could just
attend
watch
by
and-
Zoom from home, you can do that. But you do have to talk to your presiding officer.
Commissioner's prepared to give
But
us.
we can
a-
go over it now, right? And then decide.
Yes, oh, okay.
I don't know.
Do you mind waiting a minute, Ms. Davison, and let the commissioner go ahead through the budget issues?
Oh, do you have the folders? Are they over here? I can get them.
Well, it doesn't, I mean, you can just look at.
I'll just listen.
Oh. Is there,
Go for it.
well, I, again, this is,
Sure.
Oh, wow.
I think what Senator Moore was asking, are there language additions? And there are 3 language parts. And so my apologies if I'm using the wrong wording in this, but so the first part is establishes a boat operations fund. And this is simply to provide the department an opportunity to support its research vessels when funding is coming from multiple places. And so we can essentially charge ourselves and deposit that money into an account. Pretty simple, straightforward. Then
Which one was that?
that is part LLL.
It's the last page you have in your folder.
Okay. Oh. That's it. Okay. And then you can carry forward. money.
400,000.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. But you're lucky to have money to carry.
Yeah, they need it for the lab.
Yeah. Okay.
You,
So that really is.
Well, and then you've just got a few initiatives.
Yeah.
And it's reclass, and reclass.
Yeah, they're all reclasses. Does everybody know what a reclass is? It's basically when somebody's been given already a raise essentially, or a higher position in the department, and this just financially accounts for that.
We have a lot of them in HHS.
Not bad. That department's just too damn big.
So,
That's.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner. Helpful.
And I would
The
just
bill-
remind members, anyone who got their folder now, either leave it in the room or bring it with you next week.
The bill is the supplemental budget.
Bring this with me.
I was saying building in part N.
Oh,
That's another 400.
I believe that that's the Booth Bay Harbor lab.
That money that we, money that we already.
Use the same.
So
Was that?
if I'm reading this right,
That was what money was already funded, but
I think.
Part
so.
NNN.
Yeah.
So
Sorry, we didn't mean to put you on this, all on the spot. So I just wanted to.
at least the seat didn't break this time. So this was $400,000 that was allocated to the department in the last biennium budget as a percentage for anticipated FEMA recovery funds from the federal government, and there's a matching portion to that. So that $400,000 was potentially leveraging up to 4 million federal dollars. And so the idea is this would just carry that money over because FEMA money has been slow. And it's
So it's already in the budget, it's just moving it.
just moving,
forward.
yeah,
Carrying
just
it
allowing
forward.
it to
Yeah,
carry it
carrying
forward.
forward. Other questions? Yes, Rep. Simmons? Go ahead.
Allison.
Oh,
How did that happen?
So there's no more money actually being allocated. It's just
No.
carried over. Okay.
Just carrying over.
So it's too bad that you have to go to appropriations to get it.
not allocated or appropriated, neither. It comes from OSR that already exists. Okay.
And then we'll go over this in the work session next Thursday.
Next Thursday.
Thank you again, Commissioner. Okay, and now can
We'll
we?
be there for support, I promise you.
Wednesday.
Yeah,
In appropriation.
yeah, yes, and then next Thursday.
You get to sit in the inside.
Yeah.
Yes, if you've never done it before, it's an interesting experience to sit in the circle with appropriations.
Tried that for 2 days. Just got through with that.
Yeah, I know you did.
Off with her head.
All right, Ms. Davison, I'll call us back to
Sorry,
order.
Sorry about that.
Hey, let's cut the side conversations for a second and listen to Ms. Davison.
We have two final language reviews today. They were both unanimous. The first language review is for LD 1991. This is an act to authorize an educational requirement for seaweed permit holders. This amendment adds a requirement to the bill directing the Department of Marine Resources to submit a report to this committee no later than February 1st, 2028, with findings and recommendations related to the implementation of the educational course being developed for the issuance or renewal of a seaweed permit. And it authorizes the committee to report out a bill. As I said, this was a unanimous report, so if you're happy with the language, I'll send it.
Questions or comments from the committee for Ms. Davison? Yes.
I was just curious why this one has a voting sheet with it and this one doesn't.
Is it a feeling that?
I know
think
you said it was
because I
unanimous.
prepared one of them late last night and I couldn't find the voting sheet. But they were both unanimous reports. I'm
Purely
happy
a
to
practical
send those
matter.
out after, if you would like.
Do you know the vote on it so that we can at least review that? Was it also unanimous?
So there is a vote sheet for 1991.
Yeah,
It
1991
has it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
no.
other does
no,
not.
2024.
And I am happy to look that up now. I don't know if there was an absent member or not.
Can't remember.
I don't know either.
I can look. I have.
Ms. Becca, can you find that for us? Thank you. Okay, so is everyone okay with moving 1991
That
to the
was
floor?
2024 was,
Yes.
we went from public hearing to work session 9.
Oh, that's right.
That's right.
Yeah.
They were both unanimous, as I said. I just wasn't sure if there was an absent member or not, but I can look that up if you would like.
I think we're good.
Okay.
I think, and if you want to review that language with us, that
Yes.
would be great.
So this is LD 2024, an act to make changes to certain licensing laws governing for-hire charter boat operators, lobster and crab fishing, and Alver dealers. The public hearing for this bill was last week, and the committee, as a member mentioned, moved straight into work session and voted to amend the bill based on language from DMR's testimony. This amendment replaces the bill's language related to the eligibility requirements for the for-hire charter boat operator's license with language specifying that a valid United States Merchant Mariner credential issued by the United States Coast Guard indicating an endorsement authorizing the individual to carry passengers for hire is an option for eligibility.
Questions from the committee? Okay, great. We'll move those both forward and they'll be under the hammer. Hopefully. All right. Does everybody think now that it's just about 3:30 that maybe we should wait till next week to hear from the department on the other issue? It depends on the questions, I think.
I don't have any questions. It was, so. What is the report back?
This is on secondary trap tags?
Yeah. I promise I don't have any questions.
And Zone wanted it.
Right. Well, no, it wasn't unanimous. It was split, but no, that was the scallop and.
Okay.
That was unanimous.
Okay, then I think what we're deciding is we'll do it and we'll assume members aren't going to ask too many questions. So we can hopefully get out of here in about 10, 15 minutes.
And then we're done.
Will we be done, or do we have still?
Well, we have the aquaculture work session.
Yeah, yeah.
And then next week.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you. Deirdre Gilbert, Department of Marine Resources. This is a little bit longer written report. I won't go over the beginning, but I couldn't resist the opportunity to kind of give the history of the creation of the zones and the zone lines that are kind of at the heart of this bill. You'll recall that last session you had a resolve that directed the department to go back to each zone council and kind of just pose this question about whether the current allowance for secondary zone tags is appropriate. It's been that way since we started implementing these limitations on zones in the late 1990s. So it's been over, 26 years that's been the current requirement that you fish the majority of your gear in a home zone. You can fish up to 49% in a secondary zone. So first part is just kind of the history of that issue. We did go to each lobster zone council twice on this question. So the first time we met with them in the spring and fall of 2025, we just let them know the resolve had passed, asked them to kind of give it some thought, talk to their district. And then at the next meeting, the zone councils would be able to take a position if they wanted to take a position. So the nutshell version is that we ended up with 4 zones whose recommendation is to leave the percentage the way that it is. And those are zones A, C, D, and F. The other 3 zones did favor a change in the amount of gear that you can fish in a secondary zone. And those ranged from zone B recommending that it changed to 25%. Zone E recommending that it basically go to 0. You have to fish all of your gear in your home zone. You can't take any gear out of that zone. And then G recommending 15%. So based on that, and obviously going into this conversation, the department knew that this is a very fraught issue and very difficult to resolve. And over time, there have been conflicts between specific zones that have been, very problematic for everybody involved, but there's no easy solution to this. So based on kind of the outcome of this round of zone council meetings, the department isn't recommending any changes at this time. Obviously, for the zones that continue to have some challenges, we're happy to continue kind of conversations with those zones about what potential solutions look like. But I think that our current recommendation is to leave the existing percentage in the law.
Yep, Rep. Hepler.
Yeah, just to be real quick. So the resolve came from me. I had in zone E, I also went to zone E council and also zone F, which are the areas of disagreement. But I think, but I think, and that speaks to you guys doing this, is that it speaks to like, it's been working, it's been in place for a long time. Is it still working? And so the conversation was good. I think, although I haven't talked to some of the Zone E people, I think that they certainly appreciate the conversation and the attention you guys put into this.
Are there any other comments or questions? Oh, go ahead.
I would just acknowledge that
Commissioner.
this is a hard issue in that zones, we're trying to encourage local management, local decision-making and solutions that work for local communities and individuals. And just where kind of one point of reasoning that I've been batting around is that this decision would essentially ask one group to sacrifice, but not the group, not the home group, essentially. And I think that goes against some of the spirit of the original intent of the zones, and that it was acknowledged early on that there was crossed, line fishing, that was part of the traditional fishery, and that a 49.51% gave some reasonable basis to allow movement within the fishery, but not too much. So.
Any other comments or questions from the committee? I'm just really pleased this conversation happened. It's interesting because I attended that zoning meeting as well. I have to review the authority by which the zones were set out. And I was wondering if maybe at some point, not today, not sometime too soon, the commissioner and his staff want to examine whether the zones as they were created are the appropriate zones for the current time and market.
Do you mean the zone lines? Is that-
Yep, I mean the zone lines.
I don't think we do want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, respectfully, we're 30 years into this nearly. And so we've had a generation of fishermen that this is the reality of their existence. And some of these kind of cross zone disputes, are different than their, fathers had. And so I think the fishery is evolving. And, that there are aspects of the zones that some might say are working, and other aspects, that they've struggled with. So that's part of the kind of the department's trying to do, is a little bit of reinvestment with the zones and trying to keep those conversations going.
All right. I think that's it. If everybody's all set with that, we thank you for that work. It is quite interesting. And I think that's our work for today. Can I have a motion to adjourn? I need a second and then we're done. Got it?